say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And good morning, everyone. Happy Mother's Day out there to all the mothers and those who love them and or remember them. This is a special edition of the Early Bird Chat, something we did prior to this year. This is Early Bird Chat number 163. It is, of course, Mother's Day, May the 14th, 2023, and I'm your host, Gizzard Gary. Good morning, everyone. So, I've got links out there in my community tab for anyone who would like to join the live stream. Let's see who we've got out there so far. Let me make a couple adjustments to the stream here. Let's see. Real quick here. Sorry for the delay. Oh, this was kind of an impromptu thing, so I wasn't really planning for it. The first one out there is Ozzy Osbourne. Good morning. Brian Bridges is out there. Abby Finnegan is out there in the audience, as is Worthwhile Fun. Good morning. Chris from the 740 is out there, as is Bending Ballistics. M. Gabriel says morning, and Tactical Fud Buck is out there. Keith Gregory is in the audience, and Viejo is out there. Welcome, Walter. M. Gabriel. I think I already said M. Gabriel. I'm repeating myself now. DM Foss is out there. Don't play with my emotions, Gary. Is this for real? For real. PA Reloader. Thank you again for the stickers you sent me this past week. He is out there. Let's see. Razor JB says, finally. Let's see. And that's it so far. 19 people. Want to mention that we are also live on Rumble. This is an experiment just to see what it would be like to do a live stream on Rumble. Got a couple more people coming in. I see Defense Dad is out there. So hopefully y'all have your coffee and ready to go out there. It's going to be kind of fun keeping track of the chat on Rumble because it doesn't come through on StreamYard, so I'm going to have to pop back and forth every once in a while. So we'll see how this goes. Abby is just waiting for my coworker to come clock in so I can clock out and head home for a couple hours. Well, cool. M. Gabriel wants to know, how come we can't watch all the back episodes of Early Bird? Well, I took them off YouTube because of content concerns when they started clamping down on me at the first of the year. They are still available out there on my Rumble channel. So if you subscribe to me on Rumble, they're all still there. I do believe they're on my what used to be called Utreon, which is now called Player channel. So there's a couple places they're still out there. YouTube started clamping down on content guidelines and inappropriate topic, subject matter, and stuff like that. And since it was basically a 4-hour unmoderated chat, I didn't want to take the chance of them going through all those back episodes and finding something they didn't like. So I took them down, but they're still available. The Sunday show actually ended late last year, right before the Christmas season. Uh, so let's see. M. Gabriel says, just wanted to see when the Sunday show stopped. And if you're hearing purring in the background, that, of course, is the sound of my co-host, George Grayson Cat, who my channel partner and co-host has decided to join me in my lap just now, which he decides when that's going to be. So anyway, Viejo says, cool to hear that you're doing a live stream on Rumble. YouTube is trying like crazy to kill my channel again. I got another strike this morning. That's what I worry about. That's why I'm out there on Rumble. If it gets to be too bad, if I want to do something like this again, maybe we'll just do it exclusively on Rumble. I didn't want to take the chance of people not being able to find me this morning because this was kind of a special thing. So anyway, that's why right now we're on YouTube and Rumble, but hey, if we want to talk about serious subject matter, I can always shut the YouTube side down and direct everybody over to Rumble, and then we can really talk about what we want to talk about. At any rate, here we are now. I did see Misha is out there. Defense Dad says, don't believe him. Gary is purring because he's back on a Sunday morning. Yeah, that's it. I do hope somebody joins me on this panel. It's going to be a long time. If I go 4 hours, that's a long time to talk by myself. So hopefully somebody can come on here and talk to me rather than me talking to you, because I'd probably get pretty boring in 4 minutes, let alone 4 hours. Viejo says it was for the Moldy Monday vid on the Lee 147 grain mold. And stuff like that will get you in trouble on YouTube. It's the seemingly most innocent things on YouTube will get you in trouble. Defense Dad says the only time I rumble is when I eat Mexican food. And Misha was kind enough to put a link to my Rumble channel out there. Thank you, Misha. I appreciate that. I see that I'm live on Rumble. I don't see any chatting going on there, but I am indeed live there. So I only have 36 followers over on my Rumble channel. So it's a good chance nobody knows I'm there. But hey, I'm there anyway. I wanted some practice to try to do this because I know you can stream to YouTube and Rumble, but I'd never tried it. So I wanted to see if I could successfully set this up. And full disclosure, I woke up this morning at, well, it was a little before 7 o'clock. It wasn't planned or anything. I just woke up. I didn't get that much sleep, but it's like, okay, I'm up. I went ahead and fixed my coffee and my oatmeal and all that stuff. And it's like, you know what? Haven't done this in a while. It is a special day. How about maybe, doing an early bird chat just for old time's sake and see if anybody would come. As DM Foss would say, if you stream it, they will come. Well, evidently a few people will anyway. I got 18 people out there. Abigail is clocked out and heading home. Viejo says, I didn't know you had a Rumble channel. I'll go over and subscribe. Why, thank you. So I see some people, at least one person has put in a hashtag. See, people remember what I used to do on my old early bird chats where I would have a swag giveaway. So I suppose I probably should go ahead and set one up just in case anybody wants to win some swag later and give it away. So there is, let me go ahead and put the ticker up there, hashtag EBC163. if you want to win channel stickers and channel magnet and maybe throw in some extra stuff. I'm not going to go to all the trouble of showing all the loot on screen, but I will pick you out. Whoever the winner is, I'll pick you out a decent collection of swag and send it to you. I'd be more than happy to do that. We're having a little bit of a special time this morning. So let's see. I see a couple other people. Defense Dad says, I've missed the early bird chat. It was kind of my morning show to listen to while I get ready for work. I was a little worried that people would be busy with their families maybe this morning and, not be able to partake in the early bird chat. But it's like, well, if they're out there, they're out there. Gunmetal Guy USA is out there for sure. Got a few people entered in the giveaway. We got 5 entries out there so far. So if I've missed anybody out there in the audience, I apologize. Oh, it looks like we do have a chatter over there on Rumble. I see Walter found me over there. Well, thank you, sir. We got one chat. Now, if you chat over on Rumble, I may be a little slow responding to you because, once again, it doesn't come through on the StreamYard page, so I have to flip over to another tab every once in a while and look. So, anyway, there's another entry or two in the giveaway. We have 7 entries. Wow. Probably won't do that drawing for a while. Misha got entered into the giveaway. So once again, and I guess, yeah, I don't know if I dare do that. If you go to my community tab on YouTube, there is a link to the panel. If you would like to get on there and talk to me, or if you like, you can just let me know and I can email you a link. We can do that either way. We can get you on here on StreamYard with me and we'll be a little less boring. How about that? So, anyway, if you've, let's see what else is going on, just to fill the time. I did not go to see the daughter yesterday because I actually spent Friday with the daughter. I actually got to tour the place where she works, which is a correctional facility here in this state. I guess this past week was National Corrections Week, so they offered tours to family members Friday, and I got to take about an hour and a half tour of some of the not the high security areas or anything like that, but it was a pretty decent tour. You got to get a pretty good idea of what prison life is and stuff and where your loved ones work and stuff like that. So I enjoyed it. And then we went out to eat and stuff like that. Now, sadly, if you follow me on Facebook, I did have to announce yesterday that my daughter's cat passed away. And name was Mimsy. My daughter had that cat since 2010. He was 2 days shy of turning 13 years old when he passed, but he hadn't been in good health lately. And we knew it was coming. It was sad, to say the least, but it was expected. And of course, they're pretty down about it all right now. But Mimsy was a good cat. Now, he was unique. You could let Mimsy out. We had him in the park and stuff like that. And unlike most cats who would run off when you go outside with him, he would stay right beside you. Very strange. And also, if he decided he was going to sit with you when you came in the house, well, you were just stuck because he decided who he was going to sit with, and you had no choice. And he was a good boy. I enjoyed it because when I was away from home and didn't have George with me, well, Mimsy was my cat away from home. So Whenever I came over to my daughter's house, he would always come up on the sofa next to me, and sometimes we'd take naps together and stuff like that, and it was kind of nice. So rest in peace, Mimsy. We'll always remember you. Misha says I only win once in a blue moon, and of course it's a little after 7 a.m. So no W from me. Defense Dad says it wasn't so much a tour as a scared straight program. Gary is a hellion. I don't know about that. Let's see. Misha N says, I'm surprised they didn't keep you there, you big YT line toter. Wow. M. Gabriel says, rest in peace, Mimsy. Thank you. PA Reloader says, we just lost our cat about a month ago. He was 16, my lap cat. He will be missed. I'm sorry to hear about your daughter's cat. Thank you. Keith Gregory says, sorry to hear about Mimsy. Thank you. Let's see what's going on. But that's what went on. So, yeah, I was home yesterday for a change instead of being at the daughter's. And we found out, I think it's around 1 o'clock in the afternoon when he finally passed away. And of course, my son-in-law took it especially hard because, well, Mimsy was a kitten when my daughter and my son-in-law came to live with me in the fall of 2010. It was August of 2010. They came from Arkansas to live with me, and Mimsy was about 3 months old at the time. So I've practically known him my entire life. And he lived in my house for 3 years before Sarah got her college degree and they finally moved out into their own home. So, yeah, Mimsy lived in this was prior to George, mind you. So, would have been the fall of 2013 when the kids moved out and I no longer had a cat in the house. And that might have had a lot to do with the fact that less than a year later, I got George. And George actually was intended to be another kitten for Sarah. But I happened to be on vacation for 2 weeks and she wanted me to keep track of the new kitten so the dogs wouldn't be too mean to him. And well, the kitten took a liking to me. She said, you better take him home because he's kind of attached to you now. And that's how George became my cat. Kind of a long, convoluted story, but there you go. Let's check. Oh, looky there over on the Rumble side. I see Chris from the 740 is over there on Rumble. So is Tactical Fud. Buck is over there. Oh, very cool. So I know the chat works over there on the Rumble side as well. Thanks for everybody for watching on both sides. And so anyway, see the giveaway tool now has 10 entries. And so if you want to, Abby says I poured one out for Mimsy. Thank you. Drinking my second cup of coffee. Enjoying, well, it's a 72-degree day here in East Central Kansas. Haven't been outside, so I don't know if it's a nice 72 or not. Let's see. We usually talk about the weather on the early bird chat. Looks like wind speed of 4 miles an hour, visibility perfectly clear, high of 80, low of 65. Now tomorrow, rain, high of 69. Oh, it's going to cool off a little bit for a while. That's good, actually. Agorizer says, good morning, cluckers. All right. So we've got a good bit of people out there, 20 people strong on the YouTube side. Once again, if you would like to jump in and be part of the panel on this discussion, go to my community tab on YouTube. I would post a link in the YouTube chat, but that has led to bad things in the past. Let's just say I have had trolls jump on my channel and turn on their cameras and do things that are inappropriate to do on YouTube and put my channel at risk. I guess I could put it over on the Rumble side. There wouldn't be a whole lot of risk to that. I don't. Well, I don't know about that either. Got to be careful about making those links public. Misha says, oh, yeah, Brian says, Mimsy will always be in your heart. Indeed. So Misha says, on a less sad note, I got home not too long ago. I spent the night in Portland, Oregon at the Joe Coy comedy show. And yes, Portland is still a sheep show. You spent the night at a comedy show? An all-night comedy show? Well, that'd be cool if that's really what it is. Bending Ballistic says it's raining in Kentucky this morning. Yesterday was a great day for a fishing tournament. Too bad I got skunked on the lake yesterday. Oh, that's too bad. But there was over 100 boats and 150 kayaks in the tournament yesterday. Hopefully everybody didn't get skunked. That's the thing about fishing, though. It's not a guarantee. Now, I have an old buddy, used to be somebody I worked with, who's a very avid fisherman. He's got the bass boat, he's got the locators, he's got the GPS where he keeps track of where he's caught fish before. And him and his buddy are usually pretty good at catching them, but he calls it a therapy session when him and his buddy go out on the lake. So Misha says might as well have been started at 8:30 p.m. and ended at 1:30 a.m. That is definitely, you'd almost call that an all-nighter for sure. Buck says, Gizzard Gary, I think Misha was talking about G23 chats. LOL. And Gabriel says, my dog got into the cat food bucket yesterday, ate an unlimited amount, and now looks unwell. Yeah, dogs have been known to eat cat food. My daughter's had that issue. She has dogs and cats now. Several of each. Well, not a menagerie or anything, but she has 3 dogs and I can't remember how many cats. And you get into each other's food if you're not careful, that's for sure. Bending Ballistics, I caught 1 bluegill on a crankbait. Okay. Well, at least you didn't get totally skunked. Okay, and some discussion going on the Rumble side. Remember, on the Rumble side, you can talk about pretty much whatever you want to. And if by chance I decide the conversation's going to get too spicy and we just go exclusively on the Rumble side, then yeah, I could put that chat out there for anybody, or that panel link. Right now, it sounds like to me I'm going to be bloviating and trying to keep everybody entertained for a while. So I don't know how long we'll go. I'll try to keep talking. I might send out some links in the mail. Let's see. Spring fishing is the best, M. Gabriel says. I haven't been fishing in so long. The last time was when my buddy that I mentioned before, my work buddy, offered to take me out on his bass boat along with my stepson. This was many years ago. And we spent probably the better part of the day out there on the lake. Now, where I used to work was a nuclear power plant, as most of you know. And rather than what you see on TV or in pictures where they have the cooling towers that are kind of conical shaped and they spray water into the air to cool it, our nuclear plant utilized a cooling lake where they had a rather large lake adjacent to the plant, and they would discharge water, and then through a series of baffles, it would find its way over to the other side. Clean water, mind you, it was not radiated or anything like that. And of course, they had to stock it with fish to keep algae and everything out of the water. And so after a number of years, it was pretty good fishing out there. For the longest time, it was restricted because, of course, it's company property. But then the state went ahead and passed a law that said we could fish there, and now it is managed by the county I live in, and the general public can go out and fish that lake. So it's nice and deep, plenty of water, and pretty good fishing if you know what you're doing. So anyway, it was kind of a treat to go out there. I got in some white bass and a couple crappies, I recall, and then we went after some walleye. That was fun. So full day out there on the lake, and there were four of us fishing. My buddies were nice enough, well, I guess you'd call it nice, to let me keep everything in the live well. Let's just put it this way. Once I got home, I spent an hour and a half cleaning fish, but it's good. Bending Ballistic says, Gary, the Peabody coal plant was that way till they tore it down, but all the lakes are fishable if you get your Peabody pass. Defense Dad says, I hear tell the tastiest three-eyed fish come from that lake. William, we're not eating the eyes anyway. You cut that part off. So, hey, the rest of it's good to eat. Let's put it this way. If you're going to clean that many fish after a full day out on the lake, you get good really quick at filleting fish, which really isn't that difficult if you have a proper knife and a fillet board to do it on. But we got her done, and those were very tasty fish, by the way. M. Gabriel says, a river in Missouri is a creek in PA. That could be. All right. On the Rumble side, we have Dr. Pyrostein or Pyrostein. Not sure how it's pronounced. Is this a fishing show? It's a little bit of everything, general discussion show. One of my panelists on the YouTube side does, I believe, professional fishing. So he's making some comments over there. He says, there are no three-eyed fish. Nuke power is clean in real life. That is correct. That's a popular joke that people make. But yes, that water is clean. And there's some real nice fish in there. Some pretty good sized ones. We stocked it up well. So, and it's deep enough and big enough that there's plenty of fish. And funny story, many years ago, near the discharge where the hot water is discharged into the lake, one year they actually found, now it had expired, it was deceased, but there was an alligator that it wasn't an adult, it was a juvenile alligator. And of course, alligators are not native to this part of the country, but they surmised that somebody got a pet alligator. One of their kids got a pet alligator and didn't want to keep it, so they took it out in a boat and left it there. And it survived for quite a while at that warm water discharge until it just got too cold for it and it expired. So, funny story. Bending Ballistic says they have been destroying Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri with all this new construction there for houses. Oh, he says I definitely don't do professional fishing. Okay, I was mistaken. I do have a friend of mine who does though, and I probably got you confused with him. What in the world is his name? Snowy White Gunslinger he used to be. Defense Dad says, I eat more fish as an adult than I did when I was a kid and fished a lot. Turns out I wasn't a very good fisherman. Grocery store has way better odds. Well, my dad fished a lot when I was young, and him and his hunting buddy also had a small boat, and they would set trout lines, and limb lines, and stuff like that. And so I grew up. We had rivers and lakes close to where I grew up, so we fished both. And that was something we also did a lot around here, farm ponds and stuff like that. Us kids would go out fishing. And so it's kind of way of life around here. Now, could I still do it? Yeah, I just haven't done it in ages. I don't have any equipment anymore. But yeah, you can still get it. It doesn't cost all that much, really. It all depends on what kind of equipment you want to have. It's like anything else. There are, inexpensive firearms. There are expensive firearms. Your experience is going to be quite a bit different depending on what you get. Now, fishing, it's always been my experience that, hey, anybody with a cane pole and a little bit of line can catch a fish. But if you're wanting to do a lot of it, you probably need a little bit better equipment. So, but yeah, fishing's fun, but you got to have patience for it. It helps to have a nice shady spot where you can get set up, maybe a lawn chair so you can be comfortable. Find you a place at a bank where you can cast out and yeah, Sam of Anarchy says, I mean, if you get paid to fish, then sure, then it's a profession. But if not, then it's a lifestyle or hobby, depending on where you live. Bending says fishing is a whole different level of collective buying. It can be. My buddy spends an awful lot of money on his fishing equipment. Uh, Uplift Mofo Party Plan is out there and says ice fishing is best. Now, that's something I've never, ever done. I don't know that it really gets cold enough to do that much around here, but I've heard that's a thing up north now. Probably if Abby's still out there, I'm sure they do that kind of stuff up in Minnesota and stuff like that. Bernie Sanchez is out there. Defense Dad says, I wonder what brand of reel is the equivalent of Taurus these days, where if a reviewer says anything bad about it, they get lit up in the comment section. I don't know. I was always a Zebco guy back in the day. Give me a 404, maybe even a 202 or a 33, any of those. I'd fish with those. Rod wise, I always liked the Shakespeare Ugly Sticks. Let's see. Bending says we did ice fishing in Wisconsin. Sam says, any plans to get fishing equipment to go fishing and enjoy your retirement that way and perhaps make content of it? Well, I haven't planned to yet. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen. Bending says Abu Garcia is the tourist of the fishing world. Okay. Now I know. Defense Dad says, I liked Zebco and a Shakespeare Ugly Stick. Abby says, I've been in Minnesota for 8 months and I've never been ice fishing. Well, now's probably not the time of year to do it. For sure. And I don't know if you like to fish or anything else like that, but I was just throwing it out there because you're one of the people I know that live up in where it gets cold. I don't know a lot of people in Minnesota. How about that? I suppose Michigan would be the same way. Wisconsin, where, stuff like that. DM Fuss says I have cheap, is that pronounced Daiwa or Daiwa gear? Finstead says there's a pond at Thunder on the Prairie, Gary. You can fish there. Might catch some brass too. I remember the pond. Not sure I want to be out there fishing when they're shooting across it, though. That's probably not a good idea. Bending says it's kind of fun to be able to drive your vehicle across a lake when it's thick enough. I've heard stories of people doing that. Okay. Dr. Pyrostein, what is the significance of your logo? It has to do with my channel name, or Gizzard Gary. So the ring around it and the two interfacing G stand for Gizzard Gary, and the chicken is a reference to gizzards, I suppose, and the The AR-15 on the chicken is, of course, signifies that it's primarily a firearms channel. Firearms and Second Amendment related is the theme of my channel. Not this particular program, mind you, although we can talk about that if we like. This is usually pretty much an open discussion. So I guess for people who are new to the channel, especially on the Rumble side, Sam says Montana during the winter months also. Abby says, I'm getting an ugly stick tomorrow or whenever we get to Alexandria or Wilmar. Defense Dad says, hookers like to go fly fishing. I suppose that's true. So if they have a treble hook, it's even better. That's 3 times the fun, right? Okay, that's enough of that. Vain attempt at early Sunday morning humor here. I'm going to have to send out some links. Somebody's going to have to join me here. Let's see, email. See if I remember how to do this. It's been a long time since I've sent out early bird chat links. Oh, somebody just joined me. Uh-oh. Spoke too soon. Good morning, Ozzy.
Good morning.
How goes it?
I figured I'd let you hang for a half an hour and decided, okay, well, maybe you need some help.
Yeah. Well, we haven't spoken. I finally got to meet you in person last month in the fine city of Indianapolis.
Yeah, you had to drive twice as far as I did, but
Yeah. I went through your city on the way. I tried waving, but I doubt that you saw me. But and I honked too, but it's a rather big city. I didn't want to lay on the horn all the way through. So
it's not that big. I think it's
bigger where I live.
around 14,000.
Yeah, that would make it's at least 5 times the size of the city I live in. That would be more than the population of the county that I live in. Let's see, I think I missed a chat there. Bending says, I shot the new Arrow bolt action Wednesday. Abby says, I might remember how to make a fly. Never been fly fishing. They do a little bit of that over in Missouri. I've never done it. Woods is out there.
I went fly fishing one time. Couldn't get the hang of it.
I've watched them old boys out there. They wade out in the middle of the water, stand out in the middle of the stream, and then they get that line whipping back and forth. And it looks like it would be fun to learn how to do. But I suppose it's like anything else. After practice, you'd learn how to do it. But I hear that the equipment for that's not cheap. I don't know that. They don't do that around here. I've never seen anybody fly fish around here anyway.
Yeah, it's not big around here either, but when I lived out in the Poconos in Pennsylvania, they had a river that went right between the East Stroudsburg and Stroudsburg, and that was basically the border between the two little towns, and it had trout in it, so they took me fly fishing.
Yeah. We don't have trout around here.
Couldn't quite get the hang of that casting thing.
I think a lot of it is you have to have the right kind of stream. It has to be wide enough, but yet shallow enough that you could wade it. And most of the rivers around here are on the deep side, and they're narrow enough that if you were out there with a fly rod, you tried to do that cast like that, you get hung up in trees more than likely if you're not careful because it's windy. And it's probably just not a good place. Whereas over in Missouri, the rivers are a little wider. And so I see that we have Caucasian Sasquatch out there on the YouTube side. Defense Dad says Travis P11 and I walked the course for Thunder on the Prairie last night to finalize things. Still time to register, folks. So yeah, go over to, I believe it's nebraskashooters.com, and you can register for that. You use the code Thunder23, I believe, is a code that you, or the password you use. Bending says fly fishing is the most frustrating, most rewarding thing once you learn it. Defense Dad says, I never understood fly fishing. I kill those damn things when they're in my house. Yeah, that's true. Abby says, I remember hunting for worms early in the morning before we went out fishing when I was a kid. Yeah, they do that around here. Night crawlers, especially. Now, around here, most of your convenience stores, Casey's and stuff like that, they'll sell worms. It might be just a small town America thing. I don't know. Wood says fishing is like baseball, 2 minutes of action jam-packed into 4 hours. That's true. So, yeah, it's mostly time spent just relaxing and stuff like that. Bernie says you have to be very, very quiet when worm hunting. Abby says catfish from Pottsburg Creek and almost anything from the Intercoastal Waterway. DM Foss says, I always check the trees for free lures. People get stuck in the branches. That happens. That does happen. Bending wants to know, Gary, are you going to try the cold bore challenge? I'd have to look and see what that's about. Caucasian Sasquatch says, here we have streams of low-hanging limbs, sandy clay bottoms, and random sinkholes in there. It's less safe than you might think. Abby says, I'd go barefoot. I was really good at sneaking. Okay. Sasquatch says, snakes, spiders, scorpions, cougar, bobcat, bears. Okay. I'm out. There are things in that list that can eat you or kill you or both. Bending says it's on my channel. MC has done it. Oh, I'm sorry. What was you going to say?
That's not fishing. That's survival.
That's survival. Yeah. Let me check over on the Rumble side real quick. Okay. He says, Dr. Pyrostine says, they won't let me have guns. I wonder if I ran across the southern border and came back, if that would change. Must be in Canada, I'm guessing. He says, if you tied a real dragonfly to your line, would that bypass the need to hone the fly fishing skill? And that would take some skill to tie a real dragonfly to your line, and I don't know that they could handle pulling the weight of the line back and forth. It'd be interesting to see if they could do it, but that's kind of how it works when you have live bait tied to your line, is the live bait can swim around and attract the fish. So I was usually a worm fisherman myself. Let's see. Wood says kayaks are the best way to fish here, but we have lakes and the sound. Well, we have lakes around here, but I don't own a boat. Now, where I used to live, there was a lake on each side of the city, about 7 or 8 miles on either side. And one of them had a heated indoor fishing dock. So you could go out year round. Of course, you'd have to pay a fee to use it, but you could fish in that little heated fishing dock. Couldn't cast very far, of course. But there were people who fished there. Yeah, this did turn into fishing chat, didn't it? I thought we were firearms and hunting, but I haven't hunted since I was 25. It's been a while. Went out quail hunting with a buddy. course, I don't have a dog anymore to hunt with. Dad always kept hunting dogs. Kind of talking while I'm up. You're in the wrong place, Gary. No wonder. I'm trying to send links.
I haven't seen a quail or a pheasant around here in 20 years.
Well, pheasants are usually something over on the western side of the states where most of the pheasants are. That's Dad and his buddy used to go over there for pheasant hunting in the first week of the season, which is usually right around Thanksgiving weekend. Oops, I messed that up. Sorry. I'm trying to multitask here, and I'm not very good at it. So, but I haven't done that since I was in my teen years. Mostly Dad hunted around here, quail, prairie chickens. We had some ponds that we hunted duck on. But like I say, I haven't done that in a while. Okay, so I sent an email out there, so maybe we can get more the merrier as far, not that Ozzy isn't interesting to talk to, he certainly is, but yeah, more better. Let's see. Bending says, Gary, when you come to Kentucky, I have kayaks we can go fishing on if you want to. I've never been on a kayak in my life. Have you, Ozzy?
Yes.
It looks difficult to me.
That's what I usually get whenever I go on a canoe trip in Missouri.
Now, I've been on the canoe trips in Missouri before. That was fun. Haven't done it in ages, but I suppose it'd still be fun.
It's been probably 3 years since my last trip.
Wood says, I'm not great at fishing, but I excel at drowning worms. There you go. Bending says, train your cats to run birds for you, Gary. Defense Dad says, well, hell, gotta head to work. At least I get McDonald's breakfast. GTP Productions is out there, says, what is this? This is a special early bird chat for Mother's Day. Viejo Walter's got to go, folks. Good to see everyone. Good to see you. Thanks for jumping in. Yeah, GTP hasn't been around. We've got you're a channel member, so there are panel links out there in the community tab if you'd like to jump on panel. So Dr. Pyrostane over on Rumble side says, what if you got one of those drones with a fly on it? If you did it on camera, you might get more views, saying. Yeah, definitely so. I don't have a drone. The Gun Snob does. To me, a drone would be just a good way of spending a ton of money to have it all go up in flames in an instant when I crash it into a tree or something like that.
It'd probably just get me in trouble.
Yeah. Bending says mine, I think he's talking about kayaks you can stand up on and have motors on them. Let's see. GTP Pacifist says, I have family in town real loud here. I suppose a lot of people do. I realize a lot of people are with family today. So I didn't know whether I'd have anybody watching or not. I do still have 19 people on here. So bought any new guns lately, Ozzy?
I got that Savage Axis 350 Legend. Getting it set up for deer hunting. Illinois finally allowed straight wall rifle calibers. So
about time.
Yeah, I've shot 3 boxes, 20 round boxes. And then I put a new trigger spring in it, so now I got to get it back out there and try it again.
Well, cool deal. Well, congrats on that, and good luck with the hunting. I have never hunted with a rifle.
I haven't either. Illinois was always shotgun only, so.
Well, I grew up hunting birds, and that's all you hunted birds with. We never really shot squirrel or anything around here. Of course, you can take squirrel with a shotgun if you want to. So
We just
all the
use
hunting I
BB
ever
gun
did.
for that.
What's that?
We just use BB gun for squirrel.
You can do that, yeah, or you can use a 22. I see AR Guns 1776 is out there. Says good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Got lots of people. Still have 19 people out there. Let's see. We do have a giveaway coming up in a little bit. They've got 11 people entered in the giveaway. Unfortunately, you can't enter on the Rumble side. You'd have to come over here. You have to come over here to the YouTube side, only because it doesn't work. I wish it did. That's the only bad thing about Rumble. That and the fact that it doesn't come through on a StreamYard. I wish they'd fix that. Defense Dad says I had a drone once. I divorced her. She droned on and on and on and on. So speaking of Defense Dad, Thunder on a Prairie is coming up. Well, before you know it, I think it's about 3 weeks from now. It's getting close. And he did say that you can still sign up for that. So if you want more details on that, get a hold of Defense Dad or Travis P11. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to give you details. But go to nebraskashooters.com and you can sign up there using the password Thunder23. I know we've got quite a few people signed up already, but it's going to be a fun event, 2-day event out there.
Yeah, I wish I could have went.
Yeah, I would have been glad to have you.
I was hoping to, and then back in late January and the first half of February, I had those health issues where I missed a whole month of work.
Yeah.
So that kind of blew that out of the water. Hopefully next year.
Pacifist says my ex is picking up the kids for lunch. Chris says I keep my drone well insured because I suck flying it. I believe the gun snob, well, he does know how to fly it. I believe his son does most of the flying. I hear he's really good at it. Speaking of which, I haven't heard from the gun snob. Don't know if he's out there. But congratulations to his son, Braden. Graduated high school yesterday. And also his, I do believe his stepdaughter, Cody, Danielle, they call her Cody, also graduated. So congratulations to the two of them. It's a big step. Of course, we've been asking the gun snobs, say, okay, now that they're graduated, do they have a job? Are you getting them out of that house yet? But they're probably not going to kick them out of the nest that fast. So we are getting close to the end of hour number 1. Let's see. Sam says congratulations on graduating. Pacifist says drone footage is my favorite. Gun Snob does a really good job of using drone footage on his channel. I will say that. It does add a lot to his videos when he uses it. He's also real good at using multiple cameras to get different camera angles and stuff like that. He puts an awful lot of work into his range footage, as does, for that matter, so does Sarge and Obnoxious One. Both do a real good job with their range footage. I wish I had those kind of resources available to me where I had my own range outside where I could set up cameras and do that. That would be great. AR Guns agrees. Drone footage is awesome. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous about that sometimes. Maybe when I was going to say when I get rich and famous, but I'm retired. So my opportunities of getting rich and famous are probably few and far between unless this YouTube thing just takes off. Like, I don't anticipate that happening. I mean, I'll be fine. I'm set up with a pension and everything else, so it's not like I'm going to be eating beans every week out of a can cold, But Sam says, just fly the drone and use it as target practice. That seems expensive to me. I wouldn't mind shooting clay pigeons again. I haven't done that in years. I'd like to see if I could still hit anything with a shotgun. DM Foss says, tie a GoPro to George and let him run around. I could do that. I'm not sure what he'd think about having a GoPro tied to him, but I could do that.
I don't see him liking that.
I don't think he'd like it. Costco had a 30-minute flight one for $589 4K a while back. Pacifist says, I have to wait for my cameraman to get out of school to get cool drone footage. He's 5 years old now. That boy is 5. Wow. Time sure does fly. Of course, my George next month will be 9 years old. Hard to believe that, too. Doesn't seem like I've had him that long, but he's still doing just fine. He left my lap a few minutes ago, and he's off doing his nap thing now. He just wanted to say hi. So we have 21 people out there in the chat. Once again, if you want a link, if you're a channel member, there's a link in my community tab on YouTube. Otherwise, if you would like a link, send an email to me at info@gizzardgary.com and I'll send you back a link to the panel and we can do it that way. I did send out some email links to some people.
I was going to say, I got mine off the email.
Oh, good. I'm glad to see that worked. I don't know that I'll have a bunch of people on here and we may not end up going a full 3 or 4 hours, but I thought, you know what, for a change, it's been all year since I've done an early bird chat, and I was up early, so I thought, well, what the heck, let's go live. Plus, I wanted to play with Rumble, so I've got both things accomplished here. So, over on Rumble, let's see, Dr. Pyrostine says, if they had deer knife hunt season, we could hold pay-per-view events. It might be bigger than the NFL. I would need a great camera setup. Kids would train to be buck knifers. Maybe get a scholarship. It could be great. Well, now that's interesting. The knife hunting season. DM Foss says, I've given up on the day, probably going back to bed. Well, glad to have you in here if you're going back to bed. Always nice to see DM Foss out there. Thanks for jumping out there in the chat. I know he does keep odd hours with his work schedule and everything else. So anyway, we are coming up on 223 DMRs out there. Says, good morning, Gizzard. Good morning. We just hit 10 o'clock. We are at the top of the hour. Hour number 1. In the giveaway tool, we have 14 entries so far. That hashtag is on the ticker down there. It is hashtag EBC163. It took me a while to figure out what the number is for the next show since it'd been so long since I'd done one. I'm kind of out of practice doing this early bird chat stuff, but it isn't often I get up early enough on a Sunday morning to do this. But perfect storm happened today. And combination of me being up early, bored, and everything else. But sadly, I'm about out of coffee. That's not good. 16th thumb from Pacifist. Thank you. 223 DMR says, good evening. Hopefully it's not evening. I've got 10:01 a.m. here. I guess depending on where you're at, it could be evening. I can't remember where 223 DMR is. I thought I knew, but obviously I may have been wrong. Typo. Okay. Going to say I do have a viewer or two who are across the ocean. And I suppose if you were in England, well, it still wouldn't be evening over there. Not in Europe, anyway. The only ones I could think of might be, I used to have a viewer down in Australia. So, had some interesting chats going on yesterday, Ozzy. You and I seem to follow each other around to several different chats. Of course, that's kind of the way of things in the group that we hang with. We go back and forth from one chat to another. Let's see who all was live yesterday. G23 was live. Hillbilly was live. I know Rich was doing his wrestling unloaded there for a while.
Squib Load went live.
Squib, yeah. And Rick's Life as I See It. There's several different live streams. Pacifist says, I lived in Thailand for 1.5 years, 11 to 12 hours ahead. Abby says, one person on these streams is in Korea and like 2 others are in Australia. 223 DMR says, maybe I need to go back to bed too. Well, I've had 2 cups of coffee. I'm not going back to bed for a while. Wood says, Squib's 25 rules was way, way funny. I must have tuned in after the 25 rules. I may have to go back and watch that to see what those 25 rules were. I didn't get a notification on it until too late. Squib usually has a pretty entertaining show. I think he needs to do that on a regular basis. I think he's pretty good at hosting live streams. He doesn't give himself enough credit.
Yeah, it was very entertaining.
Yeah, there's that banter going on between him and Rob D, which is it's just natural because they're polar opposites, so they joke with each other, and I mean, they don't really mean anything by what they say, but it's really fun to hear them banter back and forth about this and that.
Yeah, I really want to see that video of his car rolling down the driveway by itself.
I do too. And I'd almost offer to edit that video for him if he needs help. Of course, it is difficult if you've got a vehicle that's moving and you're trying to blur out a license plate. That's not the easiest thing to do with my video editor now. I know that Sarge and Gunsnob use Adobe as a video editor. I don't know if it offers anything that can follow an object and blur it. Because otherwise you have to do it frame by frame, and that can be fun. But let's see. I got an email. I had to check and see who it was from. Checking the Rumble side for chats. Nothing new over there. Rumble doesn't tell you. Oh, yes, it does. 6 people watching, it says over on Rumble. You have to scroll down to see how many people you have watching. So, Rumble's not so bad to stream to. I was just afraid if I went live only on Rumble, nobody would know I was live over there. And a lot of people don't have the Rumble app on their phones or whatever, or not subscribed to me on Rumble, or don't want to go to Rumble for whatever reason. So, kind of have to ease into that.
Yeah, I don't have Rumble.
They do have at least I think they have an app for Android. I knew they do for iPhone. It works pretty well. I got on there. Well, really, I'd been on there for a while, but I started taking it a lot more seriously when I got the channel warning back in January. They didn't give me a strike, but they told me if they found anything else, it would be a strike. And it was for something completely silly. They had went back to a 1.5 year old, I believe it was a Foul Territory episode from like 1.5 years back, and found something that one of my panelists had said about the election results. The 2020 election results, and that Arizona was doing an election audit and they considered it misinformation. And I'm like, really? You make this new rule and then you go back 1.5 years to an obscure chat that I had archived and give me a hit on that? That's when I started getting nervous because, they threatened if we find any more, we could take your ability to live stream away, or we could take your channel down entirely. I'm like, well, God only knows what was said during some of my early bird chats and everything else. So I got rid of an awful lot of old stuff just out of worry that I might get my channel taken down.
That's ridiculous.
Somebody was asking where my old early bird chats, well, even the old Foul Territory episodes, that's why those disappeared. But you could still get to them on my Rumble channel. They're all still out there. Back to the chat. AR Guns says Rick is a nice guy. Rick is a very nice guy. Pacifist says I paid $50 for a lifetime subscription to Fillmore 9. PA Reloader's got to head out. You all have a great day. You too. Thanks for jumping in, and thanks for the stickers once again. Gave one away last night, as a matter of fact. 2 nights ago on my show. Lost track of what day of the week it is. Defense Dad says, I think I lost Squib half his viewers last night with the camera stuff, but he asked, so it was his own damn fault. Yeah, well, I know that Defense Dad has a serious camera because he's taking up photography as a serious hobby / potential source of income. So I know some people, there's money to be made doing that if you know what you're doing. He also says, I downloaded DaVinci Resolve to start editing video on. Now I have to learn a new program. Buck says, sounds great on Rumble. Thank you. Yeah, that's me. I've been using, of course, I have a MacBook, and I've been using the Mac platform for several years now. Well, ever since I started my channel. So I do all my video editing on the native app on the Mac system, which is called iMovie. And so if I had to switch to something else, not only would it cost money, but then I'd have to completely learn how to do this again. And I'm not sure any benefit to it would be worth it. So right now, anyway, I'm going to continue to use that. Let's see, Pacifist just put a link out there to A YouTube channel, The Right to Arm Bears 2022. My friend Wayne's channel. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, if you're a mod on my channel, you certainly can post links out there. Dr. Pyrostine said, Gun Tony Pacifist is over there on the Rumble side, by the way. Let's see. Check this out. Joe Biden sniffs kids. Rachel Levine. Maybe might be careful about reading some of that stuff out loud because I'm on YouTube. Rumble rocks. And he also says, I use DaVinci Resolve. It's a lot more capable than I am, but it's not so hard to learn. That's the way it is with a lot of my guns. People ask how well my guns shoot. I said, most of them shoot way better than I do. You hear talk about guns that can shoot, 2 MOA, 3 MOA. It's like, maybe in somebody else's hands, not in mine. I suppose we shot them off our rest. Let's see. Pacifist says he just got 1.7 million views on a short. Gained 4,000 subs in a week. Wow. Defense Dad says, I've always used KineMaster Pro on a phone, but now they're pricing it too high, so switching to computer editing rather than just on mobile. Yeah, I've tried doing video editing on mobile. It's pretty difficult. All the precise things you have to do. To me, it's so much easier to do on the computer platform. Now, the downside to that is if you're on the road, like, for example, when we go to places like SHOT Show or NRAM, places like that, you have to take your laptop with you. Now, normally we don't edit on the fly, but we'll edit in the evenings and stuff like that. Pacifist says 14K. Oops, that's even better. Sam says it's all about practice. Keep practicing, you'll get better. That's true. Devil Dog 17013 says, good morning, everyone. Good morning to Devil Dog. Defense Dad says KineMaster used to be $25 per year for Pro, and it's really good. Now they want $20 per month, which is as much or more than Premiere. Yeah, that's pricey. There's no way I would pay that much. That's the thing about that Adobe stuff. Yeah, it's an ongoing fee. And that's why a lot of people, they talk about they make money on YouTube and stuff like that. Well, there's cost involved too. A lot of people, their video editing software and everything else, their camera equipment costs money, travel costs money. So there's expenses too. Of course, if you do things right, you can deduct a lot of that. That's what they say. I said the quiet part out loud there. So, Ozzy, what you got planned for the rest of the day?
If it stays dry, I got to mow. Other than that, not much.
I noticed around here, of course, we've gotten some rain in the last week or two. The grass and the clover and everything around here is really growing. That's why I'm glad I live in an apartment building where I don't have to mow. That, and as I got a little bit older, I don't know about you, but my allergies got worse and worse as I got older.
Yeah.
And I don't care that much for the heat, and it gets pretty humid, a lot of humidity around here. And then, of course, there's mosquito season, which is always fun, too. Sunburns. Woods wants to know, talking to Pacifist, was that Ron Wayne? I believe he's talking about. It says him and Mrs. Wayne are good peeps. Yeah, they are. 223 DMR says, I will be back maybe after church if you're still on, Gizzard. Well, check back. There's a good chance. I'm not going to make any promises. I may lose my voice. Never know. Pacifist says, YouTube screwed me again yesterday. Made me challenge suitability and chose the worst frame for a thumbnail for a short I put out yesterday. Yeah. YouTube's kind of funky on their shorts anymore. Now, Woods is rooting for rain for Ozzy. Well, rain only puts off the mowing. The thing about that is, yeah, it delays it a day or two, but it makes mowing that much worse once you do finally get in there to do it. Depending on how much rain you get, it's so wet you can't even get in there to mow. Or by the time it dries out, then it's a foot tall. Then it's a lot of fun. I remember those days.
Yeah, it rained yesterday. I left to go grocery shopping. I looked across the street at the bean field and noticed that you could barely see the beans coming up. By the time I got home, I was unloading the groceries, and I could swear the beans grew an inch while I was gone.
Yeah, I do know they grow fast. I haven't went out and looked at the bean fields around here. Chris from 740 says, have a great day, everyone. Going to take the wife to lunch. Yeah, it is Mother's Day weekend. Thanks for jumping in, Chris. You and the wife enjoy. Happy Mother's Day. Once again, if there are mothers out there, happy Mother's Day to you. Or if you have a wife that's a mother, or if you have a mother out there, or in my case, remember a mother out there. Happy Mother's Day. In my case, Mother's Day is a memory for me. My mom's been gone 5 years now. And my daughter does not have children, so other than cats. Let's see. Wood says, I love avoidance. Well, yeah, there's that, but when you're mowing, it's just a delay. Now, my old place that I used to live in, it had low spots in it. So when we got a lot of rain, a day or two later, you could mow part of the yard, and then there were spots that you couldn't get into for a few days. That was fun. And then if it got really high, then when you did mow it, you'd leave a bunch of straw out there in the yard, and it would turn to hay pretty quick. Devil Dog says, well, I've been called a mother before, but probably not the kind you're talking about, Gary. No, that's not what I was talking about. Sam says, sorry for your loss, Gary. Thank you. Yeah, Mom lived to be 95 years old. She lived a good, long life. And, well, she lived on her own up into her early 90s. Actually still drove a car at age 90 and still worked her Avon route at age 90. But she had a fall and a broken hip, and then she had a stroke, and things went downhill from there in her latter years. But definitely, I had my share of time spent with my mother, probably more than most people get to. So I don't feel like I was cheated on time with my mother, that's for sure. Many a Mother's Day was spent going there and taking Mom out to eat, or bringing her to my house and cooking for her. It usually also involved helping her plant spring flowers out in her flower beds. I and my sister would both come, and we'd bring all our gardening tools and plants to set out and stuff like that. And that's what we do on Mother's Day is get Mom's garden when she was too old to do it herself. And we had a lot of fun doing that and stuff like that. So I do miss that sort of thing. But Mother's Day was always a happy holiday. Still a happy holiday now. I just don't really get to participate in it anymore, but I remember. And I probably should maybe make a trip out to the cemetery and go visit Mom today. It's just about a mile and a half or so from here. Not hard. Pacifist says, gotta run. My severely pregnant sister finally got out of bed and wants to be fed. Have a great day, he says. You too, sir. Thanks for jumping in. Be careful. AR Guns says, I miss my mom. So do I. Mom was great. She was a very strong woman. Lived on her own for a lot of years because my father died back in 1999 when I was 39 years old. So Mom lived quite a few years after Dad passed away. See, Mom passed away in 2018, so she lived 19 years after Dad passed away. So Sam says maybe get her some flowers. I might could do that for sure. Could do that. Might be a good thing to do. And I could also take a fresh flag out to Dad's grave and make sure that he's got one. That's something I normally always do on Memorial Day weekend. Of course, around here on Memorial Day weekend, the Boy Scouts go out on all the veterans' graves and put flags out. And then they go out, I believe, the following Tuesday or so and pick them all up. Thing is, if you already have a flag out there, sometimes they'll accidentally think it's one they put out and they'll throw it away. So you always got to go out after Memorial Day weekend, make sure there's still a flag. On my dad's grave, I always make sure that there's a stick flag flying next to his grave because Dad was very proud of his service in World War II. So Buck says that's my birthday weekend. Well, happy birthday in advance, for sure. Let's take a look over on the Rumble side. Dr. Pyrostein's still out there. Says, I once fell asleep in my car and awoke in a bean field. That's not good. Coffee is world's most traded commodity. It tastes good too. Yes, it does. Never forget, Dr. Pyrostein says. That's true. That is very true. Devil Dog puts out the hashtag for the giveaway. We are up to 15 people in the giveaway. We'll go ahead and do that drawing at the top of this coming hour, which is typically when we do it on here. Let's see. What other chats are coming up today? I believe Georgia Trapping and Fishing comes on at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. Is that right, Ozzy?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's anything. I used to, because it used to come on right after my show ended. And I used to jump on that. It's kind of your, kind of a reloading chat. So a lot of your reloaders, like Jamie and that bunch would be on there. And so G23, some of the others that reload. Just kind of a friendly chat. And then let's see, you've got foreign and domestic on the Scottish American channel, and that's at usually 6 p.m. Central.
Yeah, I think it's 6.
Yeah, 7 Eastern. And then I don't know if, excuse me, Unloaded Media usually does their live stream at 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. So that's something to watch for also. I haven't had to advertise Sunday live streams in a while, but I believe that's typically who you see. That doesn't mean there won't be some jump up live streams out there, but yeah, AR Gun says 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Devil Dog says, Gary, my condolences on the loss of your mother, but I'm very glad you had that much time with her. My mother will be 75 this year, and I hope to have many more years with her still. I hope so too. I lost my dad at age 75, but he was kind of abnormal in his family. Most of his brothers and sisters lived to be in their 90s. And in my mom's family, I think at least 80s or 90s there also. So my financial advisor was asking me, how long that I thought I was going to live. And it's like, your guess is as good as mine, guy. I could keel over here tomorrow. I could still be kicking in another 20 or 30 years. I don't know.
Yeah, we never know how long we've got.
You just don't, do you? But when you're dealing with a pension like I am, you kind of have to budget that out as to, so you'll have enough left for your golden years. I mean, I'm 63, so I'm almost what you'd call in my golden years now. I retired a bit early due to an incentive from my employer, but yeah, I'll hopefully be able to make it a while. I'm not going to spend all my money, let's put it that way. But
yeah, I think my 401k's probably lost more money than it's made.
A lot of people have been saying that.
Between the Obama years and now the Biden years, it's like
I was talking to my friends about, who I should go through to invest my money, and they said it doesn't really matter right now because the market sucks. Everybody's losing money. But the way I look at that, on the other hand, is now might be a good time to invest. With everything being down like it is, you've got the potential, if the ship gets righted and things get better, then you've got the potential to make some gains in the market.
I think I'd probably wait another year.
Well, yeah. But the basic theory is to buy low, sell high. Well, I guess it depends on whether you think it's going to get even lower in the next year or not.
Yeah, I figure it's going to get lower than over the next year. Especially if the world trade goes away from the U.S. dollar.
Thing you got to remember is we have an election year coming up here soon. And it's funny how the economy magically starts to heal itself close to somebody coming up for re-election.
Yeah, that's why I say wait another year, about 6 months before the election, then start investing.
Now, Abby says, to be fair, I'm not terribly bothered with my potential mortality. Well, I'm not either. I used to really fret about it when I was younger. Now that I'm in my 60s and everything else, I realize that it could come anytime. I don't want to pass away. I certainly don't. And I'm going to do my best to stay in as good a health as I can, but I'm not going to obsess over it because I don't have a lot of control over that. Now, Sam says, as long as you eat healthy and get exercise, which I'm trying to do, I'm sure you'll be good for some time, buddy, but definitely true. You never know what could happen. That's right. Devil Dog says, my father was a Vietnam vet who passed in 2000 at age 52 because of medical problems. That's why I moved to California to be a part-time helper for my mother and stepfather. Hopefully I can keep them going. AR Gun says they rig it. Of course they do. Abby says every election has been rigged for over a century. Y'all are acting like this is new. There's probably more truth to that than you might know. It's true. Now, my father, like I say, he was 75 when he passed away in 99, but he had leukemia. And at a bone marrow transplant, and they didn't have quite the treatments that they do now for that stuff, but he survived. At the time he was diagnosed, they gave him a year and a half to survive, and he made it 4 years. But he had to go through chemo, seemed like every 6 months, and it got harder and harder each time to survive, and it finally got the best of him. But anyway, 16 people still in the chat. We are an hour and a half into Early Bird Chat 163. This is a Mother's Day special. If you're just tuning in, I'm Gizzard Gary. If you would like to be on the panel, if you are a YouTube channel member, you can go to my community tab on YouTube, and there is a StreamYard link for you to join the panel. And I have sent an email to my regulars out there. If you would like a link, send an email to me at info@gizzardgary.com, info@gizzardgary.com, and I'll mail you back a link. Right now it's I and my buddy Ozzy. Let's see. Abby says, I've drank 3 liters of shitty Canadian whiskey, vomited blood, passed out, and went to work the next day feeling fine. I'm pretty sure I'm immortal. You're definitely tough. That's for sure.
That sounds like my 20s.
Yeah, in my day, I don't drink now, but I'm not saying it never happened because that'd be an outright lie. And then red puppet or blue puppet, either way, they're robbing us blind. Yep. Yeah, I did. I did drink my share. I've had some Canadian whiskey, that's for sure. Abby said that was 2 years ago. Oh, okay. Well, you're young. I was your age once. I wasn't on YouTube, but we didn't have such a thing back then. Nope, when I was in my 20s. It was the 1980s. And
same here.
Yeah, different world back then. That was the days where CB radios were still in vogue. We didn't have cell phones yet. Different time, but yeah.
No social media.
Nope, there wasn't any social media.
You could be stupid and nobody would know about it.
That's true. That's true, unless they read the newspaper or something like that. They might find out what you did. But Abby says, I'm 27, 2 years and 7 months away from 30. Wow. When I was 27, let's see. I was married, already had 1 kid. Sarah was about a year away at that time.
I was dating my second wife.
I was married to my second wife, who was the mother of my two children. So, who passed away last year. So, but yeah, both my children are older than Abby. But I do remember that age. And yes, at age 27, I was still enjoying a little bit of the alcohol every once in a while. Let's be real. A little bit longer than that. I think by the time I pretty much gave up drinking and stuff, I was. What age would that have been? 45? Yeah. So, yeah, 2005 or so. I haven't drank much since 2005.
I was probably about 55.
Sam says, I barely drink for personal reasons, but occasionally, such as birthdays and Christmas, I will have a couple of beers or a little Jim Beam or JD, but not heavily. Yeah, that's me. I'm not saying I never ever drink. That'd be a lie. I don't really like beer much anymore. I will occasionally, oh, son and I will occasionally maybe sip just a little bit of whiskey and over Christmas, I've been known to have, a drink or two, or New Year's. If I go over to my sister, sometimes she serves wine. I'll have some, but not much, maybe a glass or so. Abby says, honestly, I haven't drank in a month, and before that was another month. Yeah. Devil Dog says, no cell phones. Payphones were still spread throughout the town. I remember that. Computer communication was via a phone modem. Yeah, not. That would have been my case late 90s, early 2000s. Still had a phone modem. Landlines in every house, yes. I remember that. I didn't get rid of my landline until, 2006, 2007, I believe I finally got rid of the landline.
That was about the same
Yeah,
time I did. I got my first
because
cell phone in, I think it was 98.
because my kids were a little older, but I wanted to make sure I didn't do it until all my kids and stepkids had their own cell phones because I wasn't going to be in a situation where I had kids at home that couldn't call for help if they didn't need to. So by the time they all had their own cell phones, then there was no point in having a landline in the house anymore. Abby says, I've had this bottle of mead in my armory for a couple weeks and haven't touched it. The red wine is for offerings to the Morrigan, which I don't understand that reference, but anyway, just a reminder that I am also live on Rumble. Looks like there's 3 people watching over on Rumble, so welcome and thank you to all the people who are watching over there. Defense Dad's back and says, got to talk to my mommy just now. Call your mom's folks if you're able. Yeah, not my case. The closest I could come to calling any mothers in my family would be to call my sisters up, both my sisters. Well, that and my nieces. I do have some. I have 2 nieces, 3 nieces, excuse me, that are mothers. So, Abby
Yeah.
says Irish war gods.
Yeah, my mother passed away 2 years ago, so I still have my daughter. I'll call her later and wish her a happy Mother's Day.
Oh, yeah. AR Gun says, I had my first cell phone in 97. I believe mine was 94 or 95. We had a car phone, one of them bag phones that you had to put on the center hump. I don't know if everybody remembers those
Oh
big
yeah.
old things. They had a receiver on them like a phone and big old battery. Let's see. Sam says, I was born in 92, so I was growing up when early cell phones were becoming popular for those who could afford them. Devil Dog says, I used a phone modem in the late 80s. I still remember when you could make a local call back east by dialing the last 5 digits of the phone number. We could too back in the day. Yeah, I remember that. I remember when I first moved out of town to the old house that I don't live in anymore. That was in 94. And for the first year or two, I found out that I had a local phone number that had previously been used by the sheriff's office. So we would occasionally get calls in the middle of the night when there'd been an accident or something like that. Somebody wanted to talk to the sheriff. And I'm sorry, I don't know the sheriff. I can't help you. Abby says my dad's 1990 Jaguar XJS had a car phone. AR Gun said 900 minutes for $112 in 97 and higher. Defense Dad says, I remember swearing I'd never get a cell phone and being one of those jackasses. 223 Damar said, I used to be a DOT when I lived in Georgia, as I said before. I've covered a lot of wrecks because of drunk driving. I've seen a lot of children die. That's the main reason why I quit drinking. Defense Dad says, yeah, my phone number was only 5 digits when I was a kid, too. Of course, a lot of people would probably say I'm old enough that they only had 5 digits when I was a kid, but that's not exactly true. Fun joke to tell, though. So we are a little over 15 minutes away from the giveaway. That hashtag is hashtag EBC for early bird chat 163. Hashtag EBC 163. You can't enter on Rumble. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The one thing I remember about my first cell phone was it was one of them Nokia, and every time I turned around, I ended up butt dialing, and it was always my ex-wife because she was the first.
Oh no!
First number in the list.
Oh, no.
So yeah. She told me she heard some interesting conversations.
Yeah, I'll bet. Defense Dad says, I also remember swearing I'd never get one of those damn smartphones and be addicted to a stupid electronic device. Now I run a channel from the thing. 223 Daymore is, well, heading into the church, see when I get out. All right, sir. Yeah, it's funny. We used to go places like we'd leave the house and we'd go for a drive or we'd go fishing or something like that just so we could get away from our phones. And now wherever you go, you take your phone with you because you can't stand somebody not being able to get a hold of you. Used to be a whole different thing when I was growing up. But that's kind of, you're right. We do become addicted to those electronic devices. Devil Dog says, dude, those Nokias were little shit bricks, but you could not kill them. I loved my Nokia. Yeah, I had 2 or 3 of those. I still have one around here somewhere. Doesn't work anymore. I don't have a charger for it. And it wouldn't work if I could charge it. But Defense Dad says, anyone else ever keep extra cell phone antennas for when they broke? I sold cars and they always got snagged. I bought them 5 at a time. Well, the cell phones I had, those Nokias, had a little short stubby antenna on them. You really couldn't break the antennas off those. They would crack the screen every once in a while. But
The one I had, you could pull the little antenna out of the little stubby part and make it longer, but I don't remember ever doing it because it didn't really need to.
so, speaking of the devil, the gun snob is out there and says, what is it? First he said, why is this? And then he changed it to what? Well, this is a special Mother's Day edition of the Early Bird Chat. Just because I woke up early and just because it's a special day and because I was bored. So we fired up an Early Bird Chat. So that's what this is. And you have a link if you'd like to join, by the way. Defense Dad says, mine extended. You just unscrewed the broken one and screwed a new one in. Devil Dog says, good morning, Snob. We're reminiscing on 80s and 90s tech. That's because there wasn't a whole lot of tech in the 70s, was there, Ozzy?
No.
70s tech was maybe we went from 23 channel CBs to 40 channel CBs.
Yeah. And
That
usually
was
only needed 4.
Yeah. You'd only chat, in my case, 2 or 3 channels. Channel 10, channel 19, maybe some of your buddies, you'd go to 23. And,
Yeah, around here, all of us use channel 4. And that was where it always stayed.
Well, I had 2 or 3 buddies. We'd always have a channel we would rendezvous on, and we really didn't publicly tell people what channel it was, but we would say, go to our channel. And that was your code to go to the side channel we usually used.
Yep.
People would invariably find us because it wasn't that hard, But and then you had your people who were on their base stations. Because some people were on the CB, seemed like 24/7. Brian Bridges out there, he says, bag phone and mini flip phone. Fence Dad says, I think I killed like 5 Motorola StarTACs. I remember the flip phones. What was the one that everybody had for a while? What was the name of that thing? It was Motorola. You remember that, Ollie?
I probably had the same one, but I can't remember it. It was the
God
first
darn it,
one I had
everybody
that had a camera.
Everybody had that phone for a while. I can't remember the name.
Silver.
Yep.
And you take a video and it was ungodly grainy.
Yeah. Yeah. Cell phone picture. Oh, the Razor. That's right. Had 3 people come up with it all at once. Michael Hurtneck's out there.
Yep.
And Brian Bridges and the Gun Snob. That's it, the Razor.
They were the top of the line at the time.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't have a Razor, you weren't cool. And I went from that to, once I got into smartphones, first I thought I had to have a BlackBerry. And I had 2 or 3 different BlackBerries. I believe it was 05 or 06 when I finally got my first iPhone. I think it was 06. Devil Dog says, Gary, the 70s gave us Pong. I remember that. That's all we needed then. Yeah, I remember the first time I went to the local skating rink and they had one of those Pong games that everybody was standing around there watching it and everybody was waiting to play it. Defense Dad says, oh, the Razor came after the StarTech. Gunsnob says, I loved my BlackBerry. I always thought the BlackBerry was cool because it actually had a real keyboard on there, but it had a little tiny screen. Snob says, I was amazingly fast at taking my trackball out and cleaning it. Up until a year ago, I still had an old BlackBerry. I finally got mad and threw all that crap out because there's no good reason to keep it. But man, those things cost a lot of money. Seemed like it back then. But what do you do with a 15 or 20-year-old smartphone? Not a whole lot. Defense Dad said, we had Nextel phones at the lot. They had built-in two-way radios. I remember those. Yeah, with a 1-mile range, saved on cell phone charges. My sister had one of those. You could use it like a walkie-talkie. Yeah. And I changed cell phone carriers a lot of times. I was with Singular Wireless at one time, and then the Southwestern Bell Wireless, AT&T Wireless for a while.
I've always been with Verizon.
Sam says, BlackBerry are the worst phones to exist. That's why no one uses them anymore. Well, that and they kind of went out of the business. Gunsnob says, we had the Nextels at the PD. We could talk about idiots without doing it over the radio. Yeah, I suppose you could. I still remember the fun we used to have with CBs back in the day, though. It's really good for telling people where the party was and stuff like that. Only bad thing about it is the local police also had CBs in their cars.
Yeah, but back then the cops didn't really care as long as you weren't in city limits.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Bending says, Bell South was a long time ago. Yep. Defense Dad says, I've had the same cell phone number since my very first phone in 1996. Wow. Now, I've had my number I have now. I got it in 2009. I remember that.
I've always had the same cell number since the
Abby
very
says,
first
the
one.
original iPhone had a BlackBerry OS emulator. I didn't know that. I'm sorry, I just walked all over you, Ozzy. At any rate, we are 7 minutes away from the giveaway. Hashtag EBC163 on the YouTube chat if you're out there. We are not streaming to Facebook or Twitch for this one, but we are streaming on Rumble. Just because I wanted to try it. Bending Ballistic says, I've had 8 different cell phone numbers. Sam said they sucked. That's why they went out of business. They didn't last long. My Samsungs I've had over the years lasted longer. I had Blackberries. I don't know, 5 or 6 years I had them. I went to an iPhone basically because my daughter had one and she liked it so well. And that's why I went to an iPhone. But we used Blackberries at work and I was familiar with them. That's why I had one. because back then they had a tethering feature that you could tether them to your laptop and use them as a cellular modem. And so that was real handy for work when we'd send people on business trips. So, welcome to, I guess, old time trivia chat. If you're a young person like Abby, you're probably wondering what are all these old people rattling on about and stuff like that. She's probably never seen a BlackBerry. She may have as a young person.
Isn't that
Of
a
course, now
pie?
somebody's Abby's age has never known a world without a microwave oven. I can remember when we didn't have a microwave oven, and if you wanted food, you had to cook it on the stovetop. That was it.
And those first microwaves, good God, they were heavy.
Yeah, my folks got one of the original Mana radar ranges where the door actually swung down rather than sideways. Had the bar that went all the way across it, and you pulled it down like a tailgate. It was huge and built like the proverbial brick you know what house.
Yeah.
And it didn't cook real well. It didn't, back then, it wasn't common for microwaves to have a carousel on them like they do now. So, in fact, there were add-on ones that you could put in your microwave that sat in there and you had to wind them up. So if you wanted a plate to be able to spin, that's how you did it. So yeah, there'd be hot spots. Defense Dad says, reason I even got my first cell phone was to talk to customers in the car business and not miss sales. Plus, then the calls weren't recorded. I didn't like being recorded. Brian Bridges says, what was the competitor of BlackBerry? Well, let's see. Back then, you had the early iPhones. Microsoft even had a phone for a while back in those days. I don't know that Androids were real popular yet, but Microsoft had something that worked on their Windows mobile system. I can remember those things. Michael says, or a VCR. Yep, VCR. Well, we had a VCR. There weren't any DVD players back then. And we didn't have CDs to listen to either. You listened to your music on cassette tapes, or if you go back far enough, 8-track tapes.
Yeah. I still think every 8-track should have came with a book of matches.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you had to have a matchbook because after a while they wouldn't track correctly, and you'd stick a book of matches in there. Everybody had one. Yep. Ron Wayne says, stopping by to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there visiting my mother now. Have a great day, everyone. You too. Happy Mother's Day to your mom. Defense Dad says, I did my negotiations with customers over the phone and sold a lot of cars. Benny said the Evo cell phone, silver body, same keyboard. Abby says Microsoft has a smartphone now. They do. I did not know that. Defense Dad says, Mom financed our first microwave for 6 months. It was like $400 when our rent was only $350. They were expensive when they came out. I'm going to go ahead while I'm remembering to do it because it's about that time and put the giveaway tool on the screen here because it is almost 11 o'clock Central. Abby says, I remember having a TV VHS combo as a kid. So the hashtag is EBC, hashtag EBC163. We're giving away a channel sticker, a channel magnet, and maybe some other extra stuff I can throw in for a giveaway today. Abby says it pairs with the Xbox One Series X. Really? Very interesting. Well, it is the top of the hour, so let's go ahead and have that giveaway. And good luck to everybody who entered. So who's going to be our winner today? It's going to be Woods. Well, congratulations to Woods. And if you're out there, congratulations to you. I believe I have your address, but if it's changed or if you just want to make sure I have it, send that to me at winner@gizzardgary.com. Congratulations, Woods. Abby said the main menu looks like the Xbox Live dashboard. I'll have to get something special out there together since I haven't done an early bird chat giveaway in forever. Now, don't you guys think I'm going to be doing this every week from now on? Let's see. Defense Dad says, we didn't own a VCR for quite a while. It was a treat to rent one occasionally from the video store. Yeah, in those days, most people did not own their own VCRs because they were extremely expensive. So when you'd go to rent movies, they also had rental VCRs. Don't remember. Seems like the movies weren't that expensive, but it was like $7 to rent the VCR or something like that. It came in a big suitcase type thing because they weren't small back then.
Yeah, it was around 82 or 83 when I got my first VCR.
But that was a real treat to rent a movie and take it home. And even my small town had a video store too, or you could usually go to your grocery store. They would stock some videos. Devil Dog says, yep, rent a VCR and 4 to 8 movies and binge for a weekend. You betcha. If you had big money. I didn't live in a big town where we had a Blockbuster or something like that. Later on, I did get a Blockbuster membership, but we just had local stores and stuff like that. Defense Dad says, first movie we rented was Indiana Jones. And your video stores also sold popcorn. Microwave popcorn is a big deal. You get your videos, get your VCR, and maybe get either some Jiffy Pop or some microwave popcorn. That's a big deal. Make a movie night. Abby says, I remember when my older sister worked at Blockbuster. Yeah, they're all gone now. Nowadays, you're lucky if you can find a red box. I think we have a red box here in town still at the Dollar General. But you don't rent VCR tapes, you rent DVDs now. But yeah, or you could have, that was back in the days where if you had Netflix, you also had a video subscription. So the main reason you had Netflix back then wasn't to watch live TV. It was so you could rent. Depending on how long you'd been with them, you could rent 2 or 3 DVDs a week at a time. Travis T's out there. Abby said there's one Blockbuster left somewhere in California, I think. Devil Dog says microwave popcorn and movie theater candy boxes, which were much cheaper than at the theater. Well, that didn't take much. It kind of was it was an early death sentence, though, for a lot of the movie theaters because they lost an awful lot of patrons. Defense Dad says, our first video store was L&W. It was an auto shop, appliance store, and video store all together. Bending says there's a Blockbuster in Alaska. Wow. And Travis T says, Abby, I recently saw it was Oregon that had the last Blockbuster. Well, somebody's got to have the last one. Can't all three have the last Blockbuster? It doesn't work that way. At least I don't think so. Go ahead and take my ticker off so people don't think I'm still having a giveaway. Don't forget, of course, it's not Friday, but don't forget that Gear Websites is your source for every second matters, gun channels, gear, ammo ID, and more. They have patches, stickers, and other items. So buy cool stuff at gearwebsites.com. And I see that back to the comments. X Adam 1's a little late for the giveaway, also has the wrong hashtag. Yep, we already did the giveaway. Sorry. Defense Dad says a lot has changed. I also remember thinking nobody would rent movies from a stupid vending machine instead of going to a video store. Boy, they sure do. A lot of people don't want to go inside. Devil Dog says, Gary, I just Googled it. The last Blockbuster is in Bend, Oregon. All right. Well, Travis, you were correct. Abby says, it was somewhere in a land far away. That's true. Excuse me, I got to get a drink of water here. Sorry, I had to mute the mic there. You've been talking for a while. I could let Ozzy talk for a while, but he's a man of few words. As you can see. Oh, we got something in the private chat there. Oh, coffee run. That's why Ozzy's not talking. Well, maybe when he gets back, I'll let him talk for a while and I can make a coffee run. That'd be fair. So what's going on out there, everybody? Give us some topics to talk about in here. Like I say, if you want to join the panel, if you are a channel member, go to my community tab on YouTube and you'll find a link to the StreamYard out there. If you're not a channel member or if you're out there on Rumble, send me an email at info@gizzardgary.com and I'll send you back a link. If I know who you are, anyway. And we'll get you on here and you can talk with us. So if you're just now joining, this is a special version of the early bird chat. This is something we used to do prior to the start of this year. It was, up until then, an every Sunday thing. And I always said that the special occasion might come up when I could do this again. And I just thought today might be a good day for a special occasion. So here we are. Defense Dad says, one change I don't like is the recliners at the theaters here. They're love seats instead of individual seats. If you go by yourself and don't buy 2 tickets, you end up sharing a love seat with a stranger. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. Now, the ones I've been to are all individuals. Now, the recliner seats are great, but I will say this much. It makes it pretty easy to fall asleep during a movie. Now he says there's a foldable armrest in the middle, but still, and you're kind of at the whim of the person sitting next to you. If they don't want to recline and you do, or vice versa, that wouldn't be too cool. Yeah, I don't like that idea at all. But the individual seats, they're all right. I haven't been into a movie theater in Oh, I'll bet you it's been 5 or 6 years. There's not one in my town anymore.
It's been a
And
lot longer than that for me.
ah, so did you get your coffee?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, good. If we had some more people in here, I'd sneak off and get a cup of coffee. But okay. Yep, Ozzy says he is back. I've had 2 cups of coffee. That doesn't mean I've turned down another one. Maybe I need to get a coffee maker in here with me. I do enjoy coffee. I was just thinking of buying a new coffee maker. What kind of coffee maker do you have, Ozzy? Are you a K-cup guy or an old-fashioned guy, a drip maker?
I just do the instant. I'll
Instant.
put a mug of water in the microwave and a spoonful of coffee in after I take it out, and I'm good to go.
I've done that before. I've been from one extreme to another. I've had the old-fashioned Mr. Coffee drip coffee makers,
I've
2 or 3
got
different Keurigs.
I've got one of those, Mr. Coffee, but I barely use it.
Right now, I'm back on the Keurig. Uh, I have had a fancy one once that had the bean grinder built into it, and you put beans in a hopper, and it would grind the beans and then would brew it and did everything all at once. And that lasted for a while. But it's a lot of cleaning. That's the only thing I didn't like about that.
I'm not
Defense Dad said, oh,
I'm
go
not a
ahead.
coffee snob. I just drink whatever's available, hot and black.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I like cream in mine, but I go back and forth. There was a while where I wouldn't drink anything but black coffee, and then I started liking a little bit of sugar-free creamer in there. Defense Dad says these seats still recline separately, but sometimes the other person doesn't want the armrest down, and that's just weird. Sam says, oh, the fellow wolf has returned. Defense Dad says, I just finished my 32-ounce iced tea. I'm wired and ready to go. I haven't drank iced tea in a long time. When I was growing up, Mom always kept a pitcher of iced tea in the fridge. Instant, but we always had iced tea. Usually Lipton, as I recall.
I don't drink soda, so iced tea is what I normally get if I go out to eat or something.
Abby says, I prefer hot and Puerto Rican. And Tony York is out there. Hi, Tony. Long time no see. Tony and Sam talking to each other out there. See if anybody's out there. Nobody new out there on Rumble. Looks like we got 4 watching on Rumble now. So So Tony, if you want a link, I could send you one if you want one. Guess I could take that banner off there. So what else is going on today? What do I need to do? Let's see. I need to eat eventually. That's for sure. Tony said, I don't listen to stuff of an evening. Okay. He says, no thanks. I've talked enough for the day. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know how long we'll go with this. A lot depends on Ozzy and everything else. My voice is starting to fade a little bit, shall I say. I'm out of practice doing these chats like this. But it's been fun, I won't lie to you. Kind of, you know, reminiscing on old times and stuff like that. But doing these long chats, a lot different than doing a foul territory, because foul territory, well, for one thing, I have a lot of panelists on there. So if I decided I had to leave for 5 minutes, the show would go on without me just fine. Had a co-host and everything else. Here, I've got not that Ozzy isn't entertaining, but I hate to up and leave him for 5 or 10 minutes to try to run a chat for me. Let's see. Sam says having a fellow gizzard for dinner today. Really? When I was at my daughter's, we went out to eat at a bar in the area, and I had me some fried gizzards, and they were delicious. Ozzy says, Tony, what happened to your live stream? I looked for it, only saw the test. Defense Dad says, if I wasn't at work, I'd hop on, just open the store 15 minutes ago. So you think people were going to be out there buying stuff on Mother's Day? Well, I suppose they could if they're buying a present for their mother. Yeah. Tony said, we did it, but a half hour late. Jimmy, I didn't know that was going back again. Did they just recently start redoing that show, Ozzy? Or?
This was their first one in a long time, I guess.
Darn, I missed it.
Me too.
Abby says
I looked for it, and all I found was the test that they did.
Yeah.
Then I jumped on here and missed that one.
Oh, okay. So Abby says, to be fair, race, ethnicity, gender, etc., don't really make a difference in who I happen to fall in love with. As long as they're old enough to drink and are a decent person, I'm good. Fair enough. Fair enough. It was on my channel, Tony says. Abby says, I would have gotten my mom a backup camera for her SUV. Yeah, my daughter recently bought a new radio with the screen in it, had it put in her car, and got the backup camera, the add-on backup camera. And she loves it. She never had a backup camera before now. And having had one on my Jeep for a year, yeah, my Jeep I've had it a year this month. I don't think I'd ever have another vehicle without a backup camera now that I've been fortunate enough to have one. Those are nice. Didn't know how nice until I had my own. Tony said, I found Jimmy. Okay. I'm glad Jimmy is not lost anymore. So let's talk Second Amendment news for a minute here, Ozzy. What's going on in your fine state?
Oh, good God. There's so many lawsuits, you can't keep track of them all.
I'll bet. First you had rights and they got taken away. Then you might have them back. Then you might not. And it's like, how you keep track of it all?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Illinois is trying to lead the pack in restricting rights.
Yeah, getting right up there with, well, not quite as bad as New Jersey, I suppose, or right up there with your Washingtons, and Oregons, California. I sure hope the Supreme Court does some stuff to maybe give us a little bit more justice. But you never know. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
Barrett's
hope.
still supposed to look into the stay that they got rid of. So we'll see what happens there here probably this next week.
Yeah, I sure hope they do something. Because if not, it's going to get real bad real quick. And we're just starting to get we're getting more and more states with constitutional carry. We don't want to start losing rights. And let's see. Defense Dad says, I'd like to have a backup camera. Sometimes my neck gets sore looking over my shoulder. At least my car has one. Yeah, it's a good idea to glance back there anyway, because a backup camera doesn't necessarily pick up everything, but you don't have to have your head craned back full time to look behind you. Abby says, trees, fences, posts all tended to jump out behind her. Yeah, it happened to my mom, too. Remember one time my uncle pulled in the driveway behind my mother right before she got in her car and started to back up, and love my mother to death, but if she's backing out that driveway, you better be out of the way. And yes, she did hit my uncle. Didn't do much damage to him, but there's a fun story to tell afterwards. She also took out the garage door a time or two. Sam says, Ozzy, good luck getting out of there if that's a plan at all, buddy. I think you're waiting on retirement, aren't you?
Yeah. And that's even on hold now, the way the economy is.
Yeah, that sucks. Benstead says, Nebraska number 27. You betcha. Abby says, I'm trying to get a hold of FPC, the Firearms Policy Coalition, to see if they can sue Minnesota to get the purchase permit abolished. Yeah, purchase permits suck. Otherwise known as FOID cards.
Yeah. I've
Gotta
got one.
avoid the FOID. Yeah,
I've got one.
that sucks. Defense Dad says, yeah, all that turning around to walk another direction is annoying. Bring on the backup camera. Yes, sir. Yeah, purchase permits and wait times and magazine restrictions and bans on certain types of firearms, etc., are all a bunch of hooey. That's a nice way to put it.
And Illinois has all of them.
Yeah, unfortunately they do. And now here in my state, the only thing we have that I wish could be abolished is if you are between 18 and 21, you have to have a concealed carry license in order to conceal carry. Otherwise, we're constitutional carry. But under 21, you still have to have that permit, which is BS as far as I'm concerned. But they did pass a bill in this last session to eliminate the fee for a concealed carry license. So all you have to pay for now is the local fingerprint fee, which I think is $35. It has to go to the local sheriffs to fingerprint you. Abby says it's for handguns and any long gun that isn't a FUD gun for the purchase permit. Yeah. Defense Dad says, man, I just watched the fifth family in a row walk away from Chipotle next door because they are online pickup only. Who the hell takes mom to Chipotle for Mother's Day anyway? Yeah. Although my mom happened to like Mexican food. That was one of her favorite things, but not Chipotle. She wanted table service, and we had a local place. We had a local Mexican restaurant, but usually I would take her to the truck stop about 15 minutes away because you could get like fried chicken or you could get chicken fried steak or something like that. And that's traditionally where I would take her for Mother's Day. Good times. Now you're making me hungry. But I already had my cheat day this week. Now, I will admit, full disclosure, yeah, we did have a little bit of extra cheating going on this weekend because we're grieving. So, yeah, grieving the loss of my daughter's cat, which I know people are going to make fun of, say, you're grieving the passing of a cat. Well, hey, Mimsy was a family member. So, yeah, very important cat to my daughter's family, also to me. So, say what you will. But, yeah. Excuse me one moment. Sorry, had to mute there to clear my throat. I think I'm starting to lose the old voice. I don't think I'm geared up to do 4-hour chats anymore. Defense Dad says Chipotle is to the left of us and Crumble Cookie is to the right. I enjoy the yoga pants that go to Chipotle much more than the yoga pants that go to Crumble. I don't even need a picture. I know what you're talking about there.
Unfortunately, I have that in my brain now too.
Yep. I can see both of them. I haven't been to Chipotle in a long time. I've never been to Crumble Cookie. We do have a donut shop around here. I've never been to it. Mainly because it opens at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and this old retired guy don't get up at no 5 o'clock in the morning anymore. I'm lucky if I'm up by 10. Yes, I got up a little before 7 today, but that was just an accident. Abby says, I don't know. I've seen some beautiful ladies in Insomnia Cookies. Insomnia Cookies. Does that mean they're open 24/7? Sounds like it. That'd be an interesting thing. That'd be an awful lot like Hertz Donuts. I think they're open pretty late at night too, if not 24/7. It's not something you have much of around here, but we used to go to Tulsa. We'd get late night donuts sometimes. You're going to have to come to Wanamaker one of these times, Ozzy.
I would like to. I'm just afraid I'd spend too much money.
You can. You can, that's for sure. But it's fun time. And we've got, how about next year's NRA meeting be down in Dallas? Any chance of you going to that?
No.
See, for me, that's no further. It's actually a little closer than going to Indy. So, Tony says Wanamaker is a must-attend event. Defense Dad says, I've heard Insomnia Cookies are good. We don't have one. Crumble is open till 2 a.m. though. Then he says, I'm not too keen on $4 cookies. Well, me either. And the Rumble stream has dwindled down to 2 people. And on YouTube, we are down to 15. Sam says, Gizzard Gary, who knows? You might find your next and last wife at that donut shop, sir. I am out of the market for a spouse in this point in my life. Thank you very much. Let's just say, without going into details, I've been there, done that. Might have a t-shirt or two to remember it by. No. Not happening.
I agree.
Not happening. Abby says you can mod Fallout 4 where Deathclaws are Macho Man Randy Savage. That's kind of cool. Nah. No spouses for me. No, sir. Yeah, if that happens, I'm probably checking out. Tony says if they left a t-shirt, you fared better than some. Well, that's true. There's some I'd just as soon not have a t-shirt to remember them by. Defense Dad says, not getting married again. The first divorce was expensive enough. That's kind of like the old joke, you know why divorce is expensive? Because it's worth it. Keith Gregory wants to know, Gary, have you ever used the Techniclip where you can carry without a holster? I have not. I've seen them. I actually gave away one of their patches Friday night. I have another one. I have seen those. Never used one. Have you, Ozzy?
No, I haven't.
I believe what those are is they have a little thing on the end of them that goes into the barrel, into the muzzle of your barrel, and then it clips on to your belt and holds your pistol that way. I know I'm not describing it really well. Maybe I can go to their website.
Or is that the one that just clips around the trigger guard? Has a cord attached to it?
I'm thinking so. Let's put it that way. I'm trying to get a picture of one here. Techniclip. Why buy a Techniclip? There's a Techniclip. Okay. Let me go ahead and share the screen here. Oh, we got another panelist. Let's welcome Unloaded Media's Rich White.
Hello.
How you doing, Rich? Long time.
Yeah, I just woke up.
Just woke up.
You sound like it.
Oh,
You
I'm
realize-
all congested. My sinuses are killing me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's 12:30 where you live.
Uh-huh. You know how much sleep is. I'm lucky if I get 3 hours. I get it when I can, you know?
Yeah. So Keith Gregory was asking about Techniclips.
Okay, that's the one that attaches to the slide.
Yeah, that attaches to the slide. Okay.
It's just like a pocket knife.
Yeah, I was going to
All
say it's
right.
the pocket knife one.
Yeah.
That one. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Don't like that.
No, it doesn't give you any protection on the trigger. It doesn't give you any protection on your muzzle. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah, there's a picture of one on a Glock. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, Keith Gregor's wanting to know if anybody had ever used one. I do not know anybody who's ever used one.
I
I
do
would
not
not
either.
want that on my gun. No.
No.
Not unless you had. Now, I do actually have one of those things that slips over the trigger guard of
Yeah,
your pistol,
that might not be too bad because at least it
and then
covers the
has the
trigger.
string.
Yeah.
And then when you pull it out, you attach it to your belt or you attach it to a belt loop. And when you yank on it, it yanks the Kydex off your trigger guard. I've never used it, but I own one. It was given to me. Abby says, more MILFs for me then. Sam says, I've had a relationship that almost killed me and still suffering from it, working on making my health better, though. That's always good. Defense Dad says it's that highfalutin rich white guy. Yup. Sam says, type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure. I know that game. So, yeah, trying to reverse that crap. Same here.
Yeah. I had a relationship that almost killed me. She was a biter, but that's a whole different story.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Abby says, Sam, mine was just an abusive asshole. The reason my dad bought me a gun for my 20th birthday. Yeah, abuse ain't cool. For sure. Sam said, I prefer my holster. At least I know the trigger is covered. That's a must for me. Abby says, pocket clips for guns aren't for me. I want a proper holster. Me too.
Only way I could see something like that being useful is if you have a leather holster that is kind of worn out and you clip it on, you put the gun in the holster and use the clip basically as a retention device with the leather holster. Maybe that way I can see that being usable.
Well, we missed you on Friday, Rich.
Yeah, I kind of done fell asleep, so.
Yeah. I did end up having two panelists besides myself. It was just myself, Snob, and Obi. And it's just been Ozzy and I today. I just decided at the last minute, I ended up waking up early. And seeing as it was Mother's Day, I was up and I was bored. I decided to go ahead and see if I still knew how to do an early bird chat. So luckily, I still had all the stuff in place. I still had the thumbnail saved and all that stuff. Abby says, if the leather holster is worn out, it could catch in the trigger guard. That is a possibility. You gotta be careful about that.
That's
one
why
of the
I said
reasons.
Maybe. I didn't say definite. I said maybe.
One of the reasons it's always a good idea to holster your gun before you attach your holster.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than feeling under the weather, what else been going on with you, Rich?
Not a whole lot of anything, really.
Are you going to do a chat this evening?
I don't know yet. So, I did get the review for the craft holster up this week. And I found a video from the Great American Outdoor Show I forgot to edit and get put up. So that one also was posted on the channel. So there were two videos put up this week. If anybody out there hasn't seen those yet, go check those out when we're done here.
Yeah, everybody should check those out. So, what are you doing for Mother's Day around your house, or did you already?
My wife's going down her mother's. I don't know if I'm going or if I'm staying home. The way I'm feeling. And with her mother being a heart patient and she's not doing other stuff, I don't know if I should be going around her right now just to be on the safe side. So.
Yeah, if you're feeling badly like that, you got to be careful. That's for sure.
Hmm. Yeah, they don't know how much longer she's going to have, so I don't know if I want to exasperate the issue, shall we say.
Yeah, it's probably best to play it safe. All right, so we are down to 12 people on the YouTube side. And let's see if anybody's still watching over on Rumble. I have 6 people on Rumble watching now. Yeah, that's also part of today's experiment is instead of going live on Facebook and Twitch, we are live on Rumble. So, a little bit different story.
Mm-hmm.
If you're out there, if you want a link, if you're a channel member, go to my community tab on YouTube. There's a link there. Otherwise, send me an email at info@gizzardgary.com and I can mail you back a link.
I can
I
say
don't.
I did not get notification in my email from Rumble that you went live. So there's that. I believe I'm subscribed to your channel over there.
I certainly hope so. But it might give some people an incentive to subscribe. I might do Rumble chats more often. I wanted to experiment with it and see how it goes. The only bad thing about streaming on Rumble, as I said before, is you can't see it in StreamYard. So I have to actually go to the Rumble screen and check to see who's chatting and to talk back. So it's a little bit different the way it works, but it's definitely a viable option over there and something I might do in the future.
According to Rumble, you got 80 people over there.
80 people watching now?
It's the eyeball icon says 80 next to it.
Let me refresh my screen over there.
I don't know if that's showing how many people are watching or how many people have looked, but it says
I think
80.
that's views. Yeah. Because it says, well, I can see
6
it anyway.
watching now. Okay. Now it says 7.
Yeah.
I just looked at, saw that little eyeball and said 80. Like, what? Because there's nobody chatting there. So it's like, you got 80 people watching. They're awful quiet.
Yeah, they're quiet for sure.
But yeah, I guess I got unfollowed from you because it said that I wasn't following. I could have swore I was.
We'll forgive you this time. Now, Sam of Anarchy wants to know, does anyone have experience with legal short barrel side-by-side shotguns? I was thinking of getting one. I don't. Now, Rich does have a Shockwave, but I don't think that's what you're talking about.
No, I don't have experience with what he was talking about. I do know that they make a black powder version that is perfectly legal without an NFA tax stamp because it's black powder and it constitutes being an antique. So
now he's talking short barrel side by sides. Are we talking about like the coach guns and stuff like that, or
yeah, it's not. That'll be my guess. He's talking about like James Caan's that he had in El Dorado. But if you want one of those where you don't have to worry about the tax stamp, there you can get a muzzle loading one that doesn't need the tax stamp. As far as others, I don't know of anybody that made one that doesn't require a tax stamp.
I wouldn't mind getting a muzzle loader one of these days just to play with. I did get to shoot a muzzle loading pistol when I was at Thunder on the Prairie last year. Squibb had a couple that he brought. Those were fun. But getting them loaded up and everything is a lot more involved than you might realize, but not that difficult either.
Were those muzzle loaders or just black
No,
powder
they were black
revolvers?
powder. Black powder. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Black powder, not muzzle loaders. But that was definitely fun.
Yeah, Squib has a few of those old style cap and ball revolvers, which I think is what Gary's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I got confused there for a moment. I'm
Yeah.
old and I get confused easy. You have to deal with that with me.
When it comes to revolvers, they pretty much are the equivalent of a muzzle loader because you got to load them through but essentially would be the muzzle of the chamber on the cylinder for all intents and purposes.
But yeah, he let us all take turns shooting his pistols, and that's a lot of fun.
I've got at Midway USA. I've got my wish list, and I have a Uberti 1851 Navy that I've got on there that I want to get. I'm gonna try out the black powder just to have one.
How much does it cost to get started in something like that? Any
I think
idea?
the pistol itself is right around 300, something like that. And as far as accessories, I don't know, probably another 100 or so.
Yeah, it depends on what revolver you get and whatnot. You can get a Traditions, which are generally considered to be the cheapest of them, with a starter kit for it used to be $250 for one with the starter kit. Now it's probably like $350, $400. But that'll give you your wrench that you need for the nipples for the percussion caps and powder horn, powder flask, your little measure that you use for the powder for each round, a couple of balls of ammo, and your revolver, and maybe a couple other things that I'm forgetting. So it's a good starter kit, and then you could always move up to something that's a better one from that if you like shooting that one.
I'm gonna have to mute for a second to answer the phone. You guys go ahead and talk.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, if you've never shot one and don't know how, that would probably be the best way to get started. Would be one of those starter kits if you can find one, and you can generally find those at Bass Pro or Cabela's, or you can even order one and have it shipped to your house unless you live in Ohio, because for some reason in Ohio, those don't meet the federal government's definition of not being a firearm. So in Ohio, you still have to go through a 4473 and everything with them. So
Illinois is the same way.
Sorry about that. It's just my daughter
Yeah.
calling the gab for a minute.
Yeah, in Illinois, you have to have them shipped to an FFL and go through the same regime as any other firearm.
yeah,
Devil Dog says Captain Ball revolvers are fun to shoot. I have 3 extra cylinders that I can load ahead of time and use for reloads.
Yeah, we found out about it with Ohio. It's probably about a year ago now, because Jason Stewart was asking about him. So we were looking at him on the show the one Sunday night, and come to find out that they wouldn't ship them to Ohio. So Jason looked into it, and it turns out, yeah, you have to have in Ohio, you have to have them shipped to an FFL. You can't have them shipped right to your home.
Well, that takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah, well, Ozzy says the same way in Illinois. Devil Dog says in California, you can have them shipped right to your home. That's pretty bad when California is actually better about something than Ohio is.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense, does it?
No. Well, until fairly recently, like maybe a year ago, shockwaves were technically illegal in Ohio.
So Sam says, yeah, similar to one of those coach guns, except short barreled and pistol gripped. Oh, okay.
Sam's also asking if you can legally add a regular Hogue pistol grip and no stock legally without a tax stamp on a shockwave. No, you cannot.
Don't think so. Nope.
There's some debate on whether you can even put a brace on them the way that, or if they're even legal anymore, period, the way that the rule that the ATF just came up with on the pistol braces. So
Yeah,
we're
that's a fact.
yeah, we don't even know if shockwaves are legal anymore. Period.
Well, you got
That's where
about
they
2
look
more
up.
weeks to find out. Defense Dad says, damn Chipotle people made me hungry. Just ordered Taco Bell for lunch.
Mm.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have leftover pizza for lunch, more than likely. And it is 10 minutes to 12 here in the Central Time Zone. Quote unquote, the only time zone that matters. I'm here on the special edition Mother's Day special early bird chat with Ozzy Osbourne and Rich White of the Unloaded Media variety.
No, back to Sam's question. The closest you're going to get to what you asked in that question, Sam, is to get one of the Mossberg Cruisers style shotguns, which is still an 18 and a half inch barrel. But you could have whatever pistol grip you want on those. So
Yeah. They're a little more pricey too, I believe.
not really. They're about the same price.
Now, are those the ones that they used to sell with the tube?
Yeah, you could get those in like the kit with the tube and where you put it in that cardboard or whatever.
The JIC or whatever they used to call them, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one for my son-in-law one time, and it had the plexiglass tube with these big rubber stoppers on either end that had huge wing nuts on them. And yeah, it was tough enough. I'm not going to say what it was designed for, but you know. Chris from the 740 says, I'm back. Sam says, because I've been considering a shockwave, but that nasty looking pistol grip on it is putting me off.
Just get the nightstick version, which has the wood furniture, and
Yeah,
the wood
that
furniture
would
looks
be
really
the
nice on
best
those.
alternative. Yeah. Buck says, where did you take her, Chris? McDonald's that use quick? LOL. Defense Dad says, bowling with a shockwave could be fun. Yeah, we're doing shotgun bowling at Thunder on the Prairie here in about 3 weeks. Got 4 watching on Rumble, 11 watching on YouTube. Chris says, local steakhouse. We had reservations, so we got right in. Sirloin and shrimp. Now I'm ready for a nap. That sounds good. Sirloin and shrimp, maybe a baked potato. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Sam says, oh, yeah, I want the 590 Cruiser, too. Those are nice. Well, treat yourself. Treat yourself, man. Heck yeah.
Like I always say, it's only money. I'll print more on Monday.
Yep. You don't print money, do you?
No.
Well, not legally anyway. I just put it that way.
Does Ozzy look like the Federal Reserve to you?
No, he does not. And he would never do such a thing.
No. I like my freedom too much.
No, he prints things that causes people to spend money. Like ads and stuff like that.
Yeah. Mostly junk mail.
So you're who we got the blame for all that, okay?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Hey, it pays my bills.
Throw away every week. Like I get this weekly newspaper.
I do a lot of newspaper inserts.
It's called The Shopper or something like that. We get it every week. It's like
Subway, Pizza Hut, all those coupon flyers.
Mhm.
Thank you for sending me stuff that has to go directly into my trash can every week.
It's been paying
Wonder
my
how much of
bills
that
for
stuff that
45
you
years.
print actually gets read.
Probably not much.
No, we've been known to use Subway coupons before.
Subway coupons I have been known to use, and Pizza Hut from time to time.
When we had a Pizza Hut, we did. Our
You
local
don't have
Pizza Hut's
one
like,
anymore?
no, the closest one's like 45 minutes to an hour away now. There was one here in town, but it closed down, and it's now the senior center. Back when
Yeah.
COVID got started, their pizza oven went to crap, and the owner couldn't afford to keep up everything with COVID, and it was just like, yep, he just shut down. He owns like 3 in the area, and he shut down all 3 of them.
Defense Dad says, I'd like a Beretta 1301. Devil Dog says, I think my next gun will be a Maverick 88 12 gauge. Now, Chris from the 740 says, I am picking up my Gearson M35 PL Ops next Saturday, or P1 Ops, I believe, next Saturday at AIM Day.
And just to be clear, it wasn't West Virginia's COVID policy that caused him to have to close down. One of the restaurants he owned was in West Virginia. The other 2 were in Maryland, and it was Maryland's policy that hurt him the most, along with the pizza oven here at the local one going bad. So between those 2 things, Maryland's COVID policy and the pizza oven going bad here at the one in town, he had to shut her up. He couldn't keep them open.
So Devil Dog says, reliable, durable, accurate, and really affordable. Gotta love the Mossberg economy line. Ha ha. Buck says, you can tell when Ozzy takes a vacation, my mailbox is empty. Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't happen often enough.
Defense Dad says, I keep track of how many weeks it's been since I checked my mail by the weekly coupon bundles. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got to keep mine cleaned out every once in a while. Looks like I have a new YouTube member. Baron SVG has just became a channel member. Thank you, sir. I got to go over on YouTube and give him his crown. Okay. So you are a channel moderator, and he gifted a channel membership. Wow. Thank you, Baron. So Gunpowder Beauty has been gifted a channel membership. How about that? We'll give her a moderator wrench too. Gunpowder Beauty snuck in here at the last minute.
Now, if she mutes or bans somebody, is that a virtual throat punch?
Virtual throat punch. That's exactly what that is. So let's see. Baron says, hey guys, hey Baron. Defense Dad says, my mailbox holds 4 weeks of mail. I rarely get any real mail to make it worth checking. Yeah, me too. Unless I got an Amazon package comes in there. That's why I have to keep mine cleaned out, because I want to make sure I can get my Amazon packages in the mail. All right, so see what else is going on out there.
I got to meet Gunpowder back in 2019 at Indy at NRAM. She's fun. She's a hoot.
Yeah, I met Gunpowder in the fall of 2018 at Wanamaker. So it has been a while. Yeah, I didn't get to go to that NRAM. I can't remember why. I couldn't get off work. That's why. Yeah. I wanted to, but I didn't have enough vacation left to. to go. And then the next year it got canceled. The next year after that it got canceled. So my
Yeah.
first NRAM was 2022.
I was planning on going to Nashville for that one, but
I
one of
was
them got
approved
canceled.
for it. Yep. I was all signed up and everything.
That would have been
Got
a good
canceled at the
time.
last minute. Yeah.
Nashville's a fun city.
I have been there.
Well, it probably would have been chaotic as hell, though. That's you would have had the NRAM going on the same time as the opening week of the NHL playoffs, and Nashville was in the playoffs that year, so that could have been interesting. I believe
Because I think that was a year they didn't even cancel it until there's less than a week before the convention. They called it off.
Yeah. Yep. Because
There's a lot of people
all
lost money. We lost money over that.
Yeah,
As a matter
I
of
remember
fact.
you guys were ticked off, to say the least.
Yeah, we lost some money there because we had an Airbnb rented and everything else. Kind of disappointing. Happens though. I think the same thing more or less happened to SHOT Show that year.
It happened with the Great American Outdoor Show too. So I believe they hadn't quite. I think they canceled that a few weeks in advance, so we hadn't gotten our hotel room or anything yet. So we didn't end up getting hurt by it like you guys did with NRAM.
Yeah, 2020, most of 2020, definitely 2021 pretty much sucked.
Yeah, 2020 Great American Outdoor Show happened right before they started shutting everything down. That was the last trade show for almost 2 years.
Yeah, it was not fun for sure. Hopefully, we won't have anything like that happen no more. It's kind of nice to be able to get back to a semi-normal life. I even found out the last time I went to my doctor's office that they are no longer requiring masks in there. It's like, thank goodness. Because they did up until recently.
Yeah, same here. It depended on the doctor's office. So, like, some doctor's offices weren't and some were. It was like, there was no rhyme or
In fact,
reason
I
to
wore
it.
a mask in there because I thought they did. And then I saw other people in the waiting room. So I asked, I said, are you guys not requiring masks anymore? They said, no. It's like, well, thank God I'm taking this off. So we are officially in hour number 4 of this special early bird chat, Mother's Day special. We still have 13 people on board on YouTube. And we are also live on the Rumble side where we have 3 people watching. Experimenting with Rumble. Seems to be working just fine. So one of these days I may do a special Rumble stream. Then we can talk about whatever we want to talk about and show whatever we want to show on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
We could actually do a real live show us your guns. Remember when we used to do that? Where it actually meant you could turn your camera on and show us your gun?
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore here.
No. Well, if you want to play around with the rules and see if they hit you with it anyway, you could always set it down on something and just turn the camera on it without touching it. Because the rule is you can't hit it. It doesn't say you can't show it.
You can't have it in your hand, supposedly.
Yes, exactly.
Or on your body anywhere, like in a holster. It has to be like on a table or something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you could just set it down on your desk and then take your webcam and by hand and show it. That's true. You can be creative about it. But we used to, in the early days of Foul Territory, we always had the where we have show us your Gorn, that was originally show us your guns. Sam of Anarchy says, damn, I wish YouTube was like Twitch where I could see how long I've subbed. I've forgotten. Defense Dad says, don't do that, Gary. Moo will show up wearing a wrestling mask and a ball gag. Yeah, that's true.
No. That would be Fawcett would do that. Moo would show up wearing a horse mask that he claims is a cow.
Yeah, Moo is visiting relatives this weekend. He told me he was going to be away. So I know a lot of people are out of town visiting relatives this weekend. I expect that. But I just thought it'd be fun to do this for a change and see if I still had it in me to do. It's not anything I'm going to go back to doing full time, that's for sure. But I don't plan on getting up at 6:45 every Sunday. Let's put it that way. I didn't plan on it this time. It just happened.
Get off the paper towels.
I woke up and I saw the light coming through the window, and it's like, I wonder if it's about time to get up. I looked at my alarm clock. It says 6:45. It's like, oh man. But I was wide awake at that point, so I went ahead and got up. That doesn't happen very often. I had an alarm set, but the alarm was set for, I think, 9. Because my alarm went off right when I let live with this show. I can't even talk. Get so tongue-tied. Ozzy has to go mow maybe this afternoon. I think he's hoping he gets rained out.
Quit reminding me.
Well, I don't want your grass to get out of control. I'm trying to help you, man.
Yeah,
But I can understand putting it off, too.
Can't do that mowing here. It's too wet. Amy went and did a charity 3K walk yesterday. She said it rained the whole time.
Yeah, speaking of mowing, I hear a lawnmower in the distance. So somebody's mowing. It rained here, I'm guessing it was Friday. But when I went to pick up my pizza yesterday, of course I park in the backside of my apartment, so I have to go in and out through the alleyway. And there was a good-sized water puddle in the alley, and there were half a dozen birds taking a bath in the water puddle. Sadly, I had to break up their little party for a second so I could leave, but they were having a good old time out there.
I know something else that happened. Amy ordered some of those dwarf pine trees from Lowe's, the ones that only get to be about like 7 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
Lowe's sent her 2 sets of them. She contacted them, and they told her I'd just keep them, so she's giving one to her mother and one to her sister. We got 2 of those that are going to be in our front yard, and then she's going to give one to her mother and one to her sister as their Mother's Day gift. The second set showed up like 3 days later. It's like, we only ordered 1 set.
Defense Dad says, well, par for the course. Co-worker scheduled at noon. It's 12:07 and nowhere to be found. My co-worker seemed to refer to the schedule as a suggestion. It annoys the hell out of me. I could see that. Gun Websites is out there. It says 27th thumb up. Happy Mom's Day. Yes, sir. And thank you for the thumbs. He says, thank you for hosting, Gizzard. You're welcome. For old time's sake and for Mother's Day and because I got up early. We did that today. We did the giveaway at 11. It was won by Woods, by the way. And I don't know if he's out there or not, but yes, you won the giveaway, Woods. Give away some stickers and what have you. I'm going to get some stuff together and send to him. And we're live on Rumble for it's the first time I've done a full live stream on Rumble. I did a test once, but 6 people watching right now. They probably don't know what they've stumbled onto, but if you're new out there on Rumble, this is the early bird chat. This is something I used to do on a regular basis prior to this year. And this is just kind of a special occasion, seeing as it's Mother's Day. This is a general chat. It is ostensibly for firearms and Second Amendment discussion, but we talk about everything on this format. It's an open discussion. So once again, if you're a channel member, there is a link to the stream out there in my community tab. And then some people I've sent an email to. And G-Web says, I see a mom, Gunpowder Beauty, was gifted a membership from Baron. Yes, indeed. And happy Mother's Day to Gunpowder and any other mothers that happen to be out there. I hope the mothers are having a fantastic Mother's Day, getting spoiled. Hopefully getting something cooked for them, either at a restaurant or by a family member, maybe. Getting to kick back and relax. So anyway, what else is going on, boys? What can we talk about? If you're out there in chat and want to suggest something, throw it out there. If we can answer, we'll answer. If we're not, we'll tell you why we can't answer. Or if you're asleep, tell us that too. I think Rich is asleep.
No.
He's not asleep.
Not fully, anyway.
Yeah, that's good.
Just partially.
That is the first time anybody has ever gifted a membership on my channel, by the way. So thank you, Baron.
He did it twice, too.
Oh, he did it again?
Yeah, he gifted one to Gene.
On this channel?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. I didn't see that. It didn't come through on StreamYard, but now that I look back on YouTube chat, there it is. Okay. Well, thank you once again for doing that. That's pretty cool. So Reloading from the Hot Pot is now, at least temporarily, a channel member. So let me go ahead and give him a moderator wrench also. Have some extra wrenches out there in case we got any work that needs to go on out there. People have wrenches. Sam says, who knows, maybe Gunpowder Beauty got a new 45 ACP Smith & Wesson 1911 to go with the one she has already. Or hadn't she been wanting a 44 Magnum revolver for the longest time?
She changes her mind every time the wind blows what she wants. You ask her one week what she wants, and then ask her the next week, and it's going to change. At one point, she wanted a CZ97, so I mean,
I can't see Gunpowder with a CZ, but you never know.
Well, the 97 is the 75, but it's in 45.
Okay. I'm not a CZ guy like you.
I own one CZ.
Which is one more than I own.
Not that I don't want more of them. It's just I only got the one.
I don't know. Does Ozzy have one? You have the CZ, Ozzy?
I have none.
For shame on both of you.
I don't know about Ozzy, but a man bun doesn't look good on me. I can't imagine.
Well, I don't know if you could even do one, Gary.
What are you saying?
You kind of follically challenged.
That hurts, man. It's true, but it still hurts.
I could grow one probably. I used to have long hair. It's just not the same color as it used to be.
Oh, I did too back in the day. I haven't had long hair since I was before I turned 40. Let's put it that way. Then somebody took a picture of me out at work, and I realized I had a fairly significant bald spot. And it's like, yep, better not be growing the long hair out anymore. I'm starting to look like Gallagher back there. So, for you old people who remember who Gallagher still is, I guess.
For the younger ones out there, Hulk Hogan. Hell, even that much. Well, yeah, I guess some younger people know who Hogan is.
Yeah, we're starting to date ourselves, I tell you what. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely remember Hulk Hogan. All right, 12:16. We're still going. Gunpowder's out there, but Gunpowder's not chatting. She must just kind of snuck in here. But she's got a wrench, at least for a month. So what's going on? Anybody wants to, like I say, you want to suggest something out there in the chat? Throw her out there.
So Darren says
Gallagher died last year. Okay.
Did not know that.
I didn't either, I guess.
Hell, I just found out Gordon Lightfoot died a couple weeks ago.
Oh, that I did know. Now, Sam says, who the hell doesn't know Hulk Hogan unless they don't follow wrestling?
Or even the people that don't follow wrestling probably know that name.
Yeah, that's true. He was fairly prominent personality. Devil Dog said, I love the way the first 5 rows at a Gallagher show were given plastic drop sheets to protect from the watermelon sludge. Yeah.
That's one thing that a Gallagher show and a Shamu show at SeaWorld had in common. If you ever been to SeaWorld, at least the one in Florida, I don't think they did it, the one in Ohio, but the one in SeaWorld, if you went to the killer whale show or the orca show, they had plastic sheeting that people could pull up to protect themselves from the splash from the tank when they did the jumps and stuff.
Now, when I went, they didn't have that.
Yeah,
It would have been back around 2003.
Yeah.
Now, where they did have those,
or maybe it was the one in Ohio.
When I was at Niagara Falls, that little boat that went underneath the falls, they gave you these. Well, they were supposed to be rain jackets. They were essentially trash bags with a hood.
Yeah. They have plastic
those
poncho.
Emergency parka, poncho type things. But they did the trick. You needed them. Let's put it that way. You were glad you had them.
Yeah, maybe that was at the killer whale show at Ohio and not the one in Florida. It's been a while since I've been to either. And the one in Ohio isn't even there anymore. They turned that into a Six Flags. Now, we're going to Busch Gardens at some point soon. We got to go before July 9th because I got free tickets through the VA and Busch Gardens.
Where at?
The one in Williamsburg, Virginia. It's about a 4-hour drive from here.
223 DMR is asking, anybody remember the TV show that Hogan did with a black
Oh
cigarette?
yeah, Thunder in Paradise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was him and Jack Lemmon's son. What was his name? Chris, I think.
Baron says watermelon sounds good. I haven't had watermelon in a long time. You don't see them in the stores around. Well, not this time of year anyway. You don't. You get the right time of year, they're all over the place. That and cantaloupes. Up, we got a dad joke here from Devil Dog. Dad joke for Mother's Day. What do you call a bundle of hay in a church? Christian Bale. I like that. That's pretty good. It's a dad joke, but a good one. One I hadn't heard. And Hillbilly Up is out there. Says, howdy, everyone. Hello, Hillbilly. If you want to jump in here, you have a link out there in my community tab, sir. Sam of Anarchy says, one person I didn't know who died was Jason David Frank, who played the original green/white ranger in the Power Rangers. Died on 19 November 2022.
Yeah, he was a big conservative and firearms guy too. Which I didn't find out about until after he died.
And Hillbilly also throws out a happy Mother's Day to all of the lovely mothers. Now, Devil Dog asks, if you get milk from cows, what do you get from dwarf cows?
Quarts. Quarts of milk instead of gallons. I don't know.
Half pints? I don't know.
She said
condensed milk. There you go. Well, now there's two I haven't heard. At least if they're going to be dad jokes, make them new ones. Sam says, one of the martial artists on Earth.
Yeah, he was into he said about the Green Ranger. Yeah, he was into martial arts and everything. That's how he got the job on Power Rangers. He was actually one of the few cast members that they've had over the course of the various Power Ranger series that was able to do his own stunt work and everything.
You mean some of them didn't?
Yeah, that's what I mean. just like anything else,
I think I heard a George. He has woke up from his nap. Oh, hi, George. You can come up here and say hi if you want to. He was here when I first started the stream. Meow. Yes, I know you're hungry. I can't feed you right now. One more, he says, Devil Dog. Why couldn't the beekeeper buy a GPS device? Because honey doesn't buy mappiness. Wow. That's a stretch.
They were playing around with letters there.
All right. So once again, if you're just tuning in, my channel partner and co-host has made an appearance, that being the ineffable George Grayson Cat. He was here at the beginning of the stream. He may as well be here towards the end, too. Devil Dog says, hey, it's a dad joke. What did you expect? Yeah. And he says, George is here. He has woke up from his nap.
Oh man, Amy and I were looking for something on Instagram the other day. She did not realize that George Grayson Cat was actually George's Instagram profile. She thought it was just a joke thing. She didn't realize that you actually posted pictures of George on that. I was like, yeah, no. Gary set up an Instagram for his cat, and she was like, really? She didn't
No,
realize,
George
like,
did that himself.
she didn't realize it was actually George's Instagram account.
Well, he has a Twitter account, too.
Well, she doesn't do Twitter. So.
Oh, okay. And a Facebook page. Devil Dog says, I still say he's a big old kitty. Is he part Maine Coon cat? Not as far as I know. And he's nowhere near as big as my daughter's cat that just passed away yesterday. George is about 14 pounds, I'd say. He's big, but not horribly big. Sam says, Jason David Frank, first Dan black belt in Shotokan Karate. I can't pronounce all this crap. You read it. You probably understand.
Yeah, Shotokan Karate, black belt in Wado Ryo Karate, black belt in Taekwondo, black belt in Judo, purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Asia Orange degree in Muay Thai.
Yeah, half that was Greek to me.
Oh, no, it's Asian.
Asian. There you go. Baron says, is telling dad jokes on Mother's Day even legal? It is in some states. Let's put it that way. George, what breed cat are you? People are asking me. You've never told me.
He's probably American short hair with tabby fur pattern.
Yeah, he's a tabby. Tiger tabby. He's a baby. Devil Dog says maybe it's just the video angle that makes him look bigger.
Well, they say the camera adds 10 pounds. So, I mean, you're a 15-pound cat, you're going to look like a 25-pound cat, right?
If I can bring up that picture, bear with me for just a minute and I'll show you a picture. Well, maybe I will. There it is. George, it doesn't work if you're going to put your paws on my arm that I'm trying to work the mouse with. I'm just saying. I have to have my hands. Oh, maybe it's not in there. Where is it? Devil Dog says you have to tell dad jokes. Mom jokes usually involve pain or injury.
Yeah. Mom jokes usually start with your mama, and then that doesn't work too well on Mother's Day.
Yeah, those will get you in trouble. You should probably avoid those whenever possible. So I'm trying to find a picture here real quick. I just saw it yesterday, and I'll be darned if I can find it now. Probably, if I can't find it, I'll post it on Instagram later. It's a picture of George and George and Mimsy, my daughter's cat, together next to each other so you can see the size difference. I don't think I have that handy. I don't. I'll have to post it later on Instagram. Oh well, we tried. Anyway, back to the chat. Now, Hillbilly says George blocked me on his Instagram because I said I like dogs too.
Did you do that, George?
I can't imagine him doing that.
That wouldn't be a nice kitty cat.
No. Sam says, guess it's too hot for a beard there, Gary. I shaved it off about 3 weeks ago just for the hell of it. I think I'm getting ready to grow it back here shortly. It won't be a big beard, but I'll grow the beard back. Let's see. On Rumble, there's still 3 watching. 11 watching on YouTube. They're fading fast, folks. But we've only got half an hour to go. It is 12:30 p.m. the Central Time. So we are in the last half hour of this special Mother's Day early bird chat. Thanks to everybody who has been on here and is on here now. And thanks to Baron for his channel membership also. Thanks to CloverTech for joining last week, joining the channel members on YouTube. And appreciate all that. What are we going to talk about for the last half hour? As far as plans goes, I don't really have any for the rest of the day other than I'm going to eat once I get off here and probably feed this thing on my lap because I'm guessing he's probably hungry. He just woke up from his nap.
You need to get him one of those auto feeder food bowls.
He's big enough. He says, Can I have one? We do that when Daddy's on vacation. You get a self-feeder. But he can't figure them out, see? It's a kind that, it's a gravity-fed one, but for some reason he hasn't figured out that you can take your paw and kind of scrape the food away and more falls down. He won't do that. So after a while, the food gets hung up in there, and so I have to put a second bowl out, basically full of food, because I'm not saying George isn't an intelligent cat, but he might be a little lazy. He expects food to be delivered to him in his bowl.
Yeah,
when it doesn't automatically happen, then.
If we got one of those auto feeders, the cats will probably figure out how to get it open and eat all the food out of the back of it. Sometimes our cats are a little too smart for their own damn good.
Yeah, that happens with cats. Cats are smart. Sam says, nice cowboy hat back there. Yeah, I didn't even, for a second, yeah, my hat is back there. I don't normally have my camera on, but I thought they don't want to see me, but they might want to see George. So I turned it on while George was up here. But I ain't much to look at, that's for sure. And I look like my face is all flushed today, too. Probably just old age and poor lighting in here, too. It is what it is. I never said I was good looking. Never claimed to be. Anyway, I'm glad to have everybody out there. We're down to 10 here in YouTube. They're fading fast. I guess, this is the time of day where people are taking off to go eat. And it is Mother's Day after all. So between that and it being lunchtime, people said, "Why the heck with this? I'm going to go eat some lunch." And that's okay. Nobody's gonna hate on you if you have to leave. This isn't a must-watch type thing. We're glad to have you when you are here, though. And who knows? We're not going to be doing this every week, but it could happen again. You know, special days come up every once in a while. We can throw up the early bird chat again and do it, but it's been kind of fun to go back and do this for the first time in a while. George kind of likes it, don't you, George? He says, I sure do, Daddy.
Going back to how smart cats can be, we had one of the cats figure out how to eject and push the discs back into the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4. So my wife would be sitting there watching television, and next thing she knows, she's looking at a PlayStation game because the cat was playing around with the PlayStation.
That's funny.
Because our TV is one of those ones where if it detects a news source, it'll automatically switch to whatever, input the news source that it detects is plugged into. So if they turned the PlayStation on, it would automatically switch over to the PlayStation.
That's funny. Oh, George is real lovey right after he wakes up. Yeah. I don't know. I'll probably sit in and watch some other live streams, maybe get some Amazon videos done this afternoon. I could clean, but that sounds like an awful lot of work. I don't want to do that. I did laundry on Friday, so I don't have to do that. There might be just a few dirty dishes I could wash, but that sounds like no fun at all, too. So we'll see. Or I could take a nap. That's also a possibility. Not a whole lot to do if I got in a vehicle and went somewhere. I don't know if my range is even open. Although one time I can remember going to the indoor range on Mother's Day. Surprised to even find it open, but it was. So I hope that Mr. Rich is feeling a little bit better this evening. So maybe he'll feel like doing his This Week Unloaded. So Hillbilly wants to know, can a cat jump higher than a house?
Depends on the size of the house. I mean, if you're talking
Well,
about
it depends
Barbie
on
Dream
his
House,
starting point. Depends on his starting point. Now,
well, if
I'm
he's
on the
talking
third
like-
floor of the apartment building.
if he's talking like a Barbie Dream House, then yes. Yeah.
Seeing as we're several feet up in the air, I suppose anytime he jumps up here is over a house.
Yeah, it's a dad joke. He put the answer up there.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't preface it by saying that it was a dad joke. At least
course.
Devil Dog gave us warning.
Yeah. Hillbilly's not even the first one to do dad jokes in this chat today. So Sam says range trip therapy does sound like fun. Range trip therapy is always fun. That's for sure. Isn't it, George? George says, I don't know. You never let me shoot. It's because you don't have thumbs. You can't work any of my guns. Besides, you're not old enough. And cats are ornery.
Cat years, he might be. Said in cat years, he might be.
Oh, in cat years, he is, yeah. He's probably my age in cat years. Poor old guy.
Just had a federal judge state that not permitting 18-year-olds to buy handguns is unconstitutional. So that would make that law even, for George, even be a younger cat year in cat years.
He doesn't have a valid ID though.
Well,
That
got to
might
get him
be
an ID. Come on. Tell him to get off this butt, George, and get you down to the DMV.
He can't drive.
No, he can get a state issued ID.
Well, that's true. That's all we need is George out on the streets behind the wheel of a vehicle. And you're not driving my Jeep either.
Hey, that one cat on Saturday Night Live drove pretty well.
Oh, Toonses? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, until he drove off a cliff.
Hey, but it's right back at it the next week.
That's true. Ozzy says, unless you're in Kansas, look at Dorothy. True. Oh. What else? What else can we talk about? Let's go ahead and go over once again what's could be coming up later today. Let's see. Georgia trapping and fishing. Immediately following this at 1 p.m. Central. I believe Locked and Loaded Latino is actually 6 p.m. Central instead of 5. Foreign and Domestic is definitely at 6 p.m. Central. And if there is a This Week Unloaded, that is typically at 7:30 p.m. Central. So as I see stuff coming up, I'll throw them in my community tab. So you can find it. Also, like to once again remind everybody, as I did earlier, that Gear Websites is your source for every second matters, gun channels, gear, ammo ID, and more. They have patches, stickers, and other items. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday at gearwebsites.com. Just like they say right here.
GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.
I bet you didn't think I still had that promo in my can, did you? I do. That is correct. All right, so we are down to the last 20 minutes or so of this show. So we better think of something to talk about. We got 13 people watching now on the YouTube side, plus another 6 over on Rumble. We are experimenting, streaming on Rumble, which has been successful. I just need more people to subscribe. If you are on Rumble, I'd appreciate it. You go over and subscribe to my channel. I've got, I believe, 40 subscribers over on Rumble right now. I could always use more. Hint, hint, hint. You don't have to, but I appreciate it if you do. Let's see.
You still looking for a Patreon alternative?
I already have one, but
Well, if you looked at Floatplane,
haven't looked at that. I am on, speaking of Rumble, I am on Locals.
yeah, there's a reason why I asked. A couple of weeks ago, remember last weekend we were talking about Lions Tech Tips after we went in the after chat of my show? He owns Floatplane, and he was during one of his live streams a couple weeks ago. Somebody asked him about firearms channels on Floatplane, and he said they're welcome on Floatplane. That he has no problem with that stuff. That he has employees that work for him that are firearms owners. So that could be another alternative if you want to look into that.
Hillbilly says, Mom joke, my husband is the only one that I have dated. All the rest of the men she dated was an 8 or a 9. Wow. No, I am on Locals, which is kind of the paid component of Rumble.
Yeah, which I have not finished setting up an account for. I have one, just haven't finished setting it up.
Yeah, I set it up, but I don't have anybody on there. And unless I get real active on Rumble, I don't expect to have anybody over there. But that was kind of a provision in case, time happened that I got booted off YouTube or something like that. I'd have something to fall back on.
Yeah.
And so it's there, but it's inactive. Why don't you just get comfortable, George? Yeah. Yeah, look at the screen. Tell people how mistreated you are. You look real mistreated, don't you?
You had a Utreon or whatever the hell they call it now too, don't you?
Yeah, which has been renamed to Player, Player, Player.
Yeah, I forgot what the heck they renamed it to.
Yeah, there's hardly anybody over there though.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got 10 people follow me over there. And I don't have a lot of traction. I do get some video views every once in a while, but I think Rumble is probably well more populated than that is as far as, possibility of views and traction. It just works better.
Yeah.
I don't know that Rumble will ever gear up to be a full-time alternative for YouTube unless we get kicked off YouTube en masse or something like that, which I don't see happening, but you never know. At any given time, YouTube could change its rules as they've been known to and say, well, you can't talk about guns at all, and then we're all screwed. And they start wiping all our content off and
Yep.
hopefully we've got something we can jump to, which is part of the reason I'm on alternate platforms. That and too, in case I wanted to do a commentary stream or something to where I wanted to have the freedom to talk about certain subjects and stuff like that, I've got a place I could do it. I have talked about that.
Does Night Strike still have GunTube going?
When it works.
Yeah. So I said nominally, yes.
Yeah, Rick had to stream on StreamYard yesterday because Chamber was down, I believe. Because we were basically having to tell him how to do certain things on there.
Yeah, I missed his show yesterday. So.
Yeah, and Night Strike's pretty much stopped doing his live streams too. Or at least his hit and miss. I believe he stopped doing those for a while. Taking a sabbatical of some sorts. I understand. I mean, sometimes you have to step away. Luckily, I've never had to do that on Foul Territory. For me, Foul Territory is easy. That's a 2-hour live stream. It's kind of a get together. Let's have some fun real quick. I have a panel. Got people to help me through it. This one's a little tougher because you kind of have to dream up things to talk about. Sometimes it gets a little dry sometimes, but I've had fun this afternoon, as it is now anyway. Doing it for a change, I don't know that I'd ever want to go back to doing it full time. As you can tell, I'm about to lose my voice. And for the first hour or so, I was by myself on here. So Ozzy bailed me out for quite a while, and then Rich has helped out a lot this last hour or so. Welper's out there. Welper says if YouTube I can't talk anymore. If YouTube removes all the gun tubers, they will lose all the free advertising money. Well, That's true. They like to claim anyway that we're not a big part of their advertising dollars, and that's probably true. I mean, as gun tubers, we are probably just a small drop in the bucket of YouTube revenue. I don't know that, but why would you give it up? I mean, there are companies that cater to our audience that do advertise on YouTube. I do know that. I don't think it's in their best interest to kick us all off right now, but the restrictions they put on us does make it really tough to survive in this environment because the rules change so often.
I don't know
And
when
it keeps us from being able to do a lot of the things we do.
I don't know the last time I've seen a YouTube ad. Being on my daughter's premium account comes in nicely. Don't have to see those ads. Just start a video and it goes right into the video.
Somebody was talking about that, though. They say that people on YouTube that are monetized receive far less from people on YouTube Premium than they do from people who actually watch ads. Because YouTube doesn't pay much for views off Premium. So you people who are on Premium are costing us YouTubers money. That was the gist of what this one creator was saying. That and giving people grief for not watching his ads. And it depends on the channel. I mean, sometimes if it's somebody I know, I will watch their ads just to make them a little bit more money. But it depends on the length of the ads. If it's a 2 or 3 minute ad, I'm probably not going to sit and watch that ad. 8 seconds? Yeah, I can watch an 8-second ad. That's not a big
if it's
deal.
one that's embedded into the video by the people that are making the video, they've already been paid for that ad.
Yeah, that's a little different. Yeah.
It's like if you watch, going back to Linus Tech Tips. If you watch one of their videos, all their videos are sponsored, but they do the thing at the bottom where it tells you exactly where the ad begins and ends, so that you can skip the ad if you don't want to watch it. Because, like Linus says, he's already been paid for the ad. He doesn't. If you want to watch the ad, fine, watch the ad. If you don't, go ahead and skip it.
Oh. Well, that's a cool deal. So on Rumble, I have 5 watching. On StreamYard, there are still 12. And I'd like to go ahead and start thanking, thanking everybody for watching today. We had kind of a surprise pop-up show. I didn't schedule this. It was just a last-minute decision, being as it was Mother's Day. And I hadn't done an early bird chat in several months. Decided to go ahead and throw one out there. Defense Dad says, I have YouTube Premium. I don't do ads. And, you do you.
Most of the time when I do get a YouTube ad, it's something that doesn't interest me anyway. It's not something I would buy.
Right. Now, some of them are interesting, though. There are a few that I've watched and forgot about it till the end. It's like, oh, crap, I just watched a commercial. But it depends. Some of them aren't too bad. But I don't want to watch them 3 or 4 times.
Man. There was, I remember the last time I saw one of those ads now. I was on my cell phone. And I was in our bedroom. It was when we were moving. Yeah, I was waiting for my wife to get out of the bathroom. So I was watching something on my phone because why not? And the ad came on. It sounded like I was watching a porno. It was an ad for home medics, the ones that make all the massagers and stuff, and a woman was using using one of those neck massagers, and she sounded like she was getting orgasmic from the neck massager. My wife comes in the bedroom like, "What the hell are you watching?" I had to show her the YouTube video.
That's funny.
It was a Harry Met Sally moment from the restaurant scene. You know?
I know what you're talking about there. All right, it's 5 minutes until top of the hour, so let's go ahead and I'm going to go through my two panelists and let them give any plugs they would like to give for their channel or whatever else. So we will start with my first panelist, Ozzy. What would you like to plug?
I don't have anything. Just happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Absolutely. Happy Mother's Day. And so you're on YouTube. Where else are you at where people can find you?
What's call it? Now I'm drawing a blank. The one with all the pictures, just pictures.
Instagram.
Instagram, yeah. Just Instagram under Mike Ozzy Osbourne.
Okay. Let me go ahead. Go ahead and paste a link to your YouTube channel out there in the YouTube chat. In case you're new and you don't know Ozzy, check him out. He's a good guy, and he's got lots of good videos out there, so check him out. Thank you for joining me today, by the way, sir.
No problem.
And then let's go to Rich. Rich, tell us about yourself and what you do.
I don't know. What do I do? Videos sometimes, a live show sometimes. Well, 2 a week, actually. Got the one on the Unloaded Media channel, which is Sunday nights at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. It's this week Unloaded, and then Saturdays we got this wrestling chat thing on Wrestling Unloaded. So it's just generically called the Wrestling Show, whatever date it is. And sometimes we even do watch-alongs for pay-per-views like we did last weekend. I dread Memorial Day weekend because we got 2 pay-per-views in one day. That would be fun. Okay,
so I put links to Ozzy's channel and both of Rich's YouTube channels I put out there. So Hillbilly says, thanks for having a pop-up early bird chat, Gary. I always enjoy them. I wish I was able to jump on earlier. I love it. Well, thank you. Sam says, don't lie, Rich. You were watching porn.
Nope. It was definitely
Welper
not.
says, when I draw a blank, I find the crimped end is a hard part. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. The only pornographic stuff you're going to find YouTube allowing is generally tends to be the gay stuff. So that's a no-go. And if you don't believe me, look it up.
That's true.
Or don't, because you might not want to see it.
So I would once again like to thank everybody for watching, both on YouTube and on Rumble. It was great to have everybody back on a Sunday morning for a special early bird chat. Once again, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And also for those who are with their mothers or remembering their mothers on this special day. Hello to all of you. Special thanks to all of my YouTube channel members, including the new one, Baron SVG today. And even those 2 temporary members, thanks to you also for your support of the channel. I certainly do appreciate it. I will be back Friday night for Foul Territory at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central, every Friday on this channel. And we'll do this early bird chat once again one of these days. You never know. So anyway, thanks for watching. And remember, as I always say, that if anyone tries to infringe on your right to keep and bear arms, give them the bird. This is Gizzard Gary, on behalf of my panel, have a safe and pleasant Sunday, and we will see you soon.